Alrighty. Ah. Welcome back, everyone. JR here with our continuing our Life is Strange franchise tier lists here. In our last episode, we finished the individual chapters and episodes and DLC and books and whatnot. So we ended with this final placement for all the individual pieces of each game and even the comic books and everything. So that was pretty fun. Now we are going to get into a little bit more specific because we slightly, during the ranking of the episodes and stuff, obviously we touched on some, a little bit about some characters, at least as far as they pertain to the main plot of each game and stuff like that. So with this, we will be taking in the characters as a whole, like so taking in the full package of each character and how well they worked, how they overall work as a character, and how they overall work within the main stories themselves. So yeah. First off, we will do a little bit of a kind of a lightning round, because we'll do some of the more I guess you could say, like, little supporting characters and recurring characters. Some of the more non-extremely important characters, but characters you see often enough and interact with often enough that it's like, okay, well, you're noteworthy enough, type of thing. So with that being said, that means we're going to be jumping around, like, all the games and all the comics and all that stuff. We're going to be jumping around, like, everywhere. So yeah, we're not this isn't going to be like organized like the soundtrack tier list was, and the chapters and books and everything were, where we went where we went literally from game to game to game, like in a specific order. But with the characters here, we're just gonna be jumping around, like, pretty much everywhere. So pretty much from here, I'm pretty much just gonna go from row, whatever characters pop up on the thing I see. I'm pretty much just gonna take them, talk about them, and then place them. Also, we will leave the more we will leave. How's it going? we will leave the more important characters for uh like last. So the more important, like the main characters, will leave for last because they're gonna be the most talked about. But we will sprinkle in uh, some of the some of the more noteworthy supporting characters. So that way, it's not just me saying two sentences about some of the characters, because there's already going to be a bunch of characters on this list that are just like kind of there, and there's not really much to really talk about with them, but they're involved enough in the story itself that it's like kind of have to talk about them. Oh wait, the ooh the ending of Life is Strange 2 of the first episode. Oh, you mean the when Daniel inside the hotel room and he finds out that that their dad got killed. Yeah. Uh yeah, which that you probably have to would go back to some of my earlier videos when I was on the doing the episode tier list, when I was talking about and breaking down and ranking each individual episode. But yeah, that there's a lot of Life is Strange too. Oh yeah, Lila. Yeah, Lila. Lila was yeah, that whole thing was Lila was a missed opportunity. I you know what? Since you're bringing up Lila, where is Lila in this list? Where is she? Oh, there she is. There's Lila. There she is right here. Uh okay, for right now I will put her, well, this is a big list, so let me at least drag her up here so that way I could properly place her. But yeah, so Lila was really fun. She was a really fun character immediately from the her introduction when her and Sean are walking back from school and stuff. Like she really sets a fun tone for her, especially with her whole with the whole party and everything that they were planning to go to and all that stuff. That's really good. Um, if you Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, you have to, cause at the end of the first episode, when you throw the whole have to throw your phone away, have to get rid of your phone. Um, uh, I I liked Lila, so when I got the opportunity to be like, oh, you could give her a call, I was like, oh yeah, I am gonna give her a call. I was gonna, I was like, I definitely gave her a call, and I was like, that conversation was also hard, especially when in the later episodes, if you still give her a call, especially in the second episode when you're in your grandparents' house and you can call her on your grandparents' house phone. And then you find out like all the bullying and stuff that she's like dealing with and stuff, and the questioning from the police and everything that she was dealing with and whatnot. And then Sean being able to like talk to her about it and try to talk her through it and cheer up. I that whole interaction I really liked. It would have been really fun if she was more involved, and she was an actual romance option. If she was a romance option, she would have been the immediate romance option from the get go. Hey, but yeah, yeah, but yeah, to her as a romance option was would have been great. Of the Life is Strange two characters, she was most likely my favorite. Like I would put her in an A rank. She only doesn't get up to S rank only because she's not in the game enough, and a lot of the extra interactions that you could get with Lila are extremely missable. Like you have to kind of know that you could do them to be able to actually do those extra interactions and stuff with her. Uh, and the fact that during the jail ending when Sean gets released from jail, the fact that she's there with Daniel and stuff to see him get released from jail and take him home, like that was really really good. Like yeah, she doesn't get no dialogue for that scene, but I appreciated the fact that she was there, that she uh through that throughout the what was it? Sean is in jail for how long is Sean put in jail for if you go with the jail ending? Um hmm I forget how long did they put was Sean in jail for? Oh, somewhat like oh, okay, thank you. Somewhat like 10 years. Thank you for I was about to look it up, but thank you. Yeah. But the fact uh that she was there after all that time to see him get out of jail, I was like, "Oh yeah, that means a lot." Which goes to show like I wish she was in the game a lot more, like actually in the game and actually a romance option, because it was like that was there was way more to that relationship within the game that I wish they would have done more with. Like I really do. Um oh yeah, yeah, the live action show I did hear about. I know Don't Nod and the original creators of Life is Strange have commented on the show, and they're pretty positive and optimistic about it. To see Max and Chloe in live action, so I'm hoping it's good. Because live action adaptations of video games are very hit and miss. So I'm happy that I'm happy that you're very happy about it. But for me, I'm cautiously optimistic. Oh, that's that's messed up. That's messed up. You hear that, Rachel? They're saying you need to be cast as a skeleton in the TV show. What do you think about that? I don't think she likes that idea. I don't think Rachel likes that idea. I don't want to make plus I don't want to make Chloe cry any more than she did. uh let's see. Who else we got here? You know what? Since we're doing, there's actually several Life is Strange 2 characters on this first row. Let's you know what? Since you were bringing up besides the skeleton, uh technically we never see Rachel's body in the original game. We never see her body. The only thing we see is a blue, the blue tarp that I believe they wrapped up Rachel's body in. So we never actually see her. So they never show that. Yeah, like as Life is Strange never really shows a graphic like content like that. So anytime they show like a big death, they don't really like exploit it that much. The only hardcore death that they actually showed was was Chloe getting shot point blank in the head. Like that's the only real thing that they actually showed. And they made sure to emphasize that to a T because that whole thing was in slow motion. So, which rightfully showed because it was a real like shocking moment. Like immediately just sitting, just being there at the grave, and then turning around and then just boop, boop, just shot right in the head. So that's the most that's really the most shocking like most graphic death. But then again, even when she gets shot in the head, there's no real like big like blood splatter or whatnot like coming out of it. So even that is not as uh what's the word, as graphic as it could be. Uh, wait, what do you mean by that? In the first two episodes, they basically say what's happening. Mm, wait, what would you? How do you mean that? Like you might have to uh rephrase that a little bit. Like I'm trying to understand what you mean. Do you mean that they kind of uh do you mean that they kind of tell you what the twists and everything are kind of gonna be in the first couple of episodes? Is that what you mean? Because technically they do. Like if you can find some of the hints in the in the first couple of episodes, yeah, the game does tell you like what's like the answers to a lot of the different things within the first couple of episodes. Um, the because the last couple of episodes do blatantly point uh mm, oh wait, the first episode with the Barnes basement. I don't think I caught that one. Where where if you remember where in the first episode was that was that reference. And then in the second episode with Chloe referencing the end of the game, which specific thing does Chloe mention something like that? I don't think I caught those. Uh, some of the ones I did catch is blatantly the first lines that Jefferson says during the lecture in class is literally pretty much telling you that he's the one behind the dark room. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the one I was about to say. That yeah, that Jefferson's like I could frame any one of you in a dark corner and capture you in in your most moment of desperation. I may have paraphrased that a little bit, but that's pretty much the quote that he says. Um, but yeah, yeah, that's one. And as far as the second episode, is the spirit, the spirit doe that you see in the junkyard. When you first see it in the junkyard, if you catch the doe, because if you get too close to it, that's when it runs away. But if you're cautious enough and you don't get to the point where it gets up and leaves, if you look at where the doe is, it's laying it's laying right at the spot where Rachel's body is, where you would eventually dig up Rachel's body. Which also further kind of leads to the theory that the spirit doe was like Rachel's spirit the whole time, and it was kind of like guiding Max along. But yeah, so that's uh those big ones I did catch, like those. Um, if she's hmm hmm because I know Chloe does mention that she wishes the town would get like destroyed. Yeah, because I think you're talking about when Chloe at the end of the first episode when Chloe and Max are at the are at the lighthouse, and it's pretty much what Chloe says right before Max gets the last headache and vision of the tornado, and then from that point, that's when she tells Chloe about her powers and stuff. But yeah, Chloe's saying that she wishes that the town would like uh get destroyed and like turn to glass pretty much. I believe I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's kind of what she says. Like yeah, that part, yeah. That part you could kind of is technically not really a spoiler because at the beginning of the game when Max is because the game immediately starts with Max waking up and seeing the tornado and stuff before waking up in class. So it's pretty much just Chloe, like, kind of referencing Max's dream, even though even though Max hasn't told her about the dream yet. Even though Max kind of immediately tells her about it, kind of like after that, but you know. But yeah, it's yeah, there's a lot of hints and stuff that they definitely that they do drop in there, but it's cuz even at the junkyard with what was it, at the in the junkyard, in the junk shack that Rachel and Chloe use, where they have written Chloe was here and Rachel was here on the wall. You could even take that as technically a hint, basically telling you that Rachel is literally in the junkyard. Not on that exact spot, because she's not in the shack, but literally the game kind of telling you like she's here the whole time, type of thing. Even though most people would, on your first playthrough, you're not gonna think much of it because Rachel's stuff and everything is in the junk shack. So you're like, oh, like obviously she was here. Her stuff is here. So you're not really gonna think much about it. But then when you get to episode 4 and you actually find out that yeah, she literally was in the junkyard the whole time, it's you start piecing it together and being like, oh, there were these hints that they laid out that if you were thinking about it and whatnot, you could like piece it together before they drop everything on you. How they distracted everyone. They distracted everyone by Max and Chloe's chemistry the whole time. That's what that's what was distracting everyone from figuring it out. uh, but let's see. Who will we? Let's get some quick. Let's get some quick. Let's get some quick characters out of the way. Uh, who's this guy? This is. I think this is the. Yeah, this is the guy. This is the married couple that's in the hobo camp that Sean and Daniel are in the third episode. Uh, I guess I'll just put him in C because there's not much to him. Because the married couple don't really do anything in the third episode. They're kind of just there, and then they kind of leave before the whole stealing the money plot thing comes up. So they're not really even around. So there's not really much to them. On that note, where is his wife? Because I could just dump his wife right next to him. Oh, there she is. And then we just put her right next to her too. Right, put her right next to him. Because there's not really much to say about this couple. I don't even remember their names. That's how much there isn't to say about these two that I don't even remember this couple's names. Let me see. Do they? Where are they? Characters. Let me see if they even have names. They probably didn't even mention them. No. Oh, there they are. Ingrid and Anders? Okay, I guess. I don't even know if their names were mentioned like that. But yeah. But yeah, I just dumped them there. Who else is here? Big Joe. So Meryl's like bodyguard guy. Uh, I just put him in. I just put him in C because there's nothing really much to him. He's just like the angry. He's just the angry bodyguard dude. He doesn't really do anything except just like scream and yell and is just an asshole the whole time. It's like there's not much to the guy. Um, hmm. Who else is here? Oh, the bodyguard got him on. Yeah, he was. Episode 3 as a whole kind of got on my nerves. Uh, the weed farm definitely got on my nerves. I hated the whole mini game of cutting the weed. Like that whole thing annoyed me. That whole part annoyed me. I was like, bruh, I'm literally sitting here for like 10-15 minutes just cutting weed and just listening to everyone like talk. And I'm like, this whole scene could have just been a cut scene. Like there was no oh, he got on that he got on your nerves that much that you wanted to shoot him. That's well, too bad Meryl had all the guns. Meryl had all the guns, so you were not able to do that. Uh, um, if you don't sabotage his truck, does he show up at Meryl's house? I don't think I ever tried that. Because I always sabotage his truck so that way he can't follow us. So I don't believe I ever tried letting him like be able to follow us and see what happens. I don't think I ever tried that. But yeah, he's whatever. he's whatever. Who else we have here? Oh, Brody. Oh, we got Brody. Oh, immediately Brody is A tier. I really liked Brody. Brody was really cool. He was probably, aside from Lila, the only real character that was really genuinely like nice to Sean and Daniel. Like I really liked Brody. Um excuse me. The fact that Brody is technically a rich guy. Like Brody technically got money and he just chooses to like roam around the country and make his like articles and stuff. So uh and the fact that he does Daniel and Sean and Daniel like such a solid. He pays for their hotel for them to stay in, which I believe he doesn't specify how many days he booked them for, but he booked them for like a while at that hotel that they could stay at. He gives them he gives Brody gives them uh he gives Sean a bit like more like supplies. He gives him a bigger book bag to keep a bunch more stuff in, and he also gives them a bunch of some money. He actually leaves them a bunch more money so that way they could when their stay is over at the hotel they can have some money to go do whatever. But yeah, it's it seems like for you, Lila was the only was the only other character that you seem to like. So seems like Life is Strange 2 was very light on likable characters for you. But yeah, so and also uh if you read the Life is Strange comic books, Brody is also the only Life is Strange 2 character that gets a cameo in Brody is the only Life is Strange 2 character that gets a cameo in the comic books. He's the only one that shows up in the comic books. I agree. I agree that the story had the overall story of Life is Strange 2 had potential. It was just a lot of the things they did, the execution of some of those ideas didn't really come together the way I would hope that they did. Like there was a lot of plot lines that were set up and kind of there, and some of them they just left there. Oh, you're talking about characters that rage baited you. Okay, okay. Uh, here's a pair. Here's the biggest character that annoyed the shit out of me in all of Life is Strange 2. Uh, is this lady? This fucking lady. She immediately is going in F tier. But this lady, I don't know if you remember who this lady is. She's the redneck couple that that poofs in out of nowhere at the border wall in the last episode of Life is Strange 2. The couple that shoot Daniel, that sniped him with the gun, and then they both get arrested and, you know, put in the jail with Sean, Daniel, and the Mexican couple that's also in the jail. But yeah, she annoyed the shit out of me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't blame you. One of my major problems that annoyed me with Life is Strange 2 was the constant uh, racism angle that they kept throwing around, which in and of itself I'm not against. I'm like, okay, let's okay, if you're gonna throw the racism angle there, okay, but do something with it. And I feel that they didn't really do anything with it. Like, it was just a bunch of racism in there, but it didn't go anywhere. And it kept coming, like, in and out so randomly. Cause in the first episode, it was Sean and Daniel's neighbor. Like, the racist asshole neighbor guy. Who starts the whole incident at the beginning to begin with. Uh, this one you could kind of miss, but in episode 2, when you're at getting the Christmas tree with Chris and his dad, uh, there's a guy that I think is running the one of the stands, and when you have the interaction with Cassidy and what was the other guy's name? Cassidy and the other guy. I forget what the other guy's name is. What was the other guy's name? Finn. There you go. I was drawing a blank on his fucking name. When you have that interaction with Finn and Cassidy, and then you have like the guy that comes in to like talk shit to them, and then he starts talking about like, even though Cassidy and Finn are not even Mexican, he starts talking about like, see, it's people like you of why we have to build a wall and stuff, and we have to build this strong wall and stuff, and it's like, bro, what is this? What is all of this? What is this? And then what was it? Episode 4. Probably. But and the other random racist shit was episode 4 when Sean is in the car. When he's in the car and he pulls over to sleep on the side of the road, and then he just gets randomly woken up by 2 racist redneck guys, and then and the main redneck guy just berates him and tries to get him to talk like Spanish and stuff at him and demean him and stuff like that. And pretty much no matter what you do, you still get like assaulted and stuff in the end. And it's like, bro, what is this? Like, why is this here? Like, it literally accomplishes nothing. Like, that whole scene did nothing. You could have easily just had Sean fall asleep in the car and then just wake up and then just cut to the next scene of him walking down the road. Like, that's it. Like, you didn't need like, that was so unnecessary. But yeah, as far as the neighbor dude goes, if he technically the one that whole situation wouldn't have happened to is if Daniel didn't go to the front of the house for some reason. The neighbor thing wouldn't have been a problem if Daniel, for whatever reason, I don't know why he goes to the front of the house for. Like, why he just goes outside to the front of the house for. Like if he just didn't go outside and go and interact with the neighbor guy, like, I don't know why you would go and interact with that guy. It was that whole Daniel is an entirely other conversation that I want to work up to. Like, I want to get some of these more smaller characters out the way, these quick characters out the way, because there is a lot for me to say about Daniel. But this lady was the epitome of the stupid racist stuff in that whole game. And it also annoys me because I'm also I also am Latino, so it annoys me. I'm Latino, but I'm not Mexican, but it still annoys me how much of that was in the game for no reason. Uh, yeah, if that's a tough one. Making a sequel, making a sequel to Life is Strange 2 is hard to do because what was it? Life is Strange 2 has like 8 uh I believe 6 or 8 distinct endings. Like really big different endings. And then each of those endings have like small variations and stuff depending on other choices you made. So so picking an ending to go with would be pretty hard to do because all those endings are so like different. Um that's the one thing that I do like about Life is Strange 2, that Life is Strange 2 is still the most varied Life is Strange game when it comes to the different endings of the game. It definitely has the most variation out of all the games. But yet again, as I said, that comes with the double-edged sword of if you want to make a follow-up, how are you gonna do that? Like that's the issue. Cause with uh, cause with the first, cause with the original game, you had the two main endings, so it was an easier thing to make sequels to the original game, which is why we got double exposure and we got the comic books. So depending on what you wanted, out of a sequel to the original game, you had your choice of you had like two choices. You either have the double exposure route you can go, or you have the comics route. I don't know if you've played double exposure or read the comic books, but me personally, I prefer the comic books. So when I think of a sequel to the original game, I immediately to jump to the comic books. So if I'm going to play at this point, if I play the original game over again, it's immediately the comic books right after. Um. Oh, okay. So you haven't played Double Exposure, but you're playing Before the Storm. Okay. Um. How how far are you? How far are you in Before the Storm? And is it your first time playing Before the Storm? And while I wait for a response, I will see what's the next character we're gonna dump up here. Uh. I'm cause I'm doing cause the reason why this oh, okay, so you're literally at the beginning of the game. Okay. Uh I don't know okay, I will refrain from going into some of the Before the Storm characters uh, for a while. So I'm not gonna touch some of the Before the Storm characters yet because I don't want to. I don't know how you feel about spoilers, so because this could get very spoiler heavy since I'm going over like some of these characters. Uh, but yeah, because the reason why this tier list has been so long, besides the fact of I tend to go into pretty good detail on like the games and stuff and things like that, is I'm doing the entire franchise. I'm pretty much ranking everything because I ranked the soundtracks of the games already, and I just finished up ranking each individual episode and chapters, and then now I'm just starting the character tier list. So I'm pretty much just running through, like, I'm pretty much just including like all the tier lists pretty much like one after the other. So it's not specifically that that's that many games. It's just the fact of like I'm just doing like all the tier lists. That's pretty much how that works. uh, but yeah. So who do we got left here? Oh, you're not trying to have the guide spoil anything for you. Oh yeah, that's hmm mm, it depends on the game. It depends on the game because Before the Storm, none of the a trophy guide isn't really gonna spoil anything for you because the only collectible in Before the Storm is Chloe's graffiti. That's pretty much it. Like the random spots that you could find and she could like write graffiti on. Like that's it. Like none of cuz the only other trophies are just pretty much like finishing each chapter and stuff. So so none of the trophies in Before the Storm are really spoilers. So at least for Before the Storm, you don't have to worry about like trophies spoiling anything for you because there's a lot of the trophies for the graffiti. There are several graffiti things in the game that you do have to uh, do some stuff. Like you have to set up some stuff to be able to do the graffiti in the first place. So there's a because some of the graffiti, because you probably, I don't know if you did. Uh, oh. uh, uh, it's hey, apparently. Oh, the guide spoiled it for you. Oh, yeah. That was yeah, cause Yeah, cause Max's photo, cause one of the collectible photos with Max, uh, is you have to get Jefferson to take a picture of you. But yeah, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, that the original game spoils a lot if you're trying to do a trophy guide to collect all the photos. Yeah, that one. The original game has some that do spoil a lot of things, but yeah, it depends on which guide you're going with because there are some guides that are really good at hiding like uh like certain spoilers and stuff. But yeah, there's nothing in Before the Storm that's a oh excuse me that's a spoiler to that extent. So, cause most cause there's no real graffiti thing where you're uh oh IG IGN. Yeah. Well, that'll probably do it on that one. But yeah, I hope you um cuz you play cuz obviously from how you've been talking so far, you played the original game. So now you're playing Before the Storm after the fact. So you're probably going to you'll probably be able to catch a lot of the foreshadowing that they're going to be doing cuz there's a lot of things in Before the Storm that certain characters say, but within Before the Storm, what they say doesn't really mean a lot. But when you're listening to the lines, it's like, oh, I know what you, I get what you're referring to with that one, because there's a lot of that in Before the Storm. So if you played the original game, you'll be able to catch all of that stuff. You'll probably be able to catch a lot of it. You might not be able to catch all of it because there is a lot, but yeah. mm, hmm. Let me see. Um, let me see. Uh, who's um? Let's put because I see a Life is Strange 1 character up on here. So let's put Alyssa. Let's see. Where are we feeling with Alyssa? Mm, well, Alyssa doesn't really do a lot, but I did enjoy the running joke of the game where Alyssa would constantly be in situations where she either gets hit with something. Well, she technically gets hit with like almost everything, and then Max just can rewind and like help her not get hit by stuff. Like I enjoyed that part. I also enjoyed the meta, well, the meta aspect of the fact that Alyssa and Kate are both voiced by the same person. So it's like that's fun. I did like how Diane Hutton was able to uh go back and forth between Alyssa's voice and Kate's voice and stuff. So I was from a meta perspective, I love that part. Um, so I'll give Alyssa hmm, I'll give her a B. I'll give her a B because she was fun enough. Like I enjoyed Alyssa enough. At least she didn't irritate me. Technically, there's not really a lot of characters in the original Life is Strange that really irritated me too much. Maybe in the beginning, but by the end of the game, once you learn more about them and actually get to know some of these characters, then it's like, okay, you were kind of annoying in the beginning, but I'm kind of all right with you now. um, let's see. Uh, I'll just put the police officer. I'll just put the police officer in C tier, because this is the police officer that interrogated Sean in jail. So I I'll just put him in C tier. Like he was all right. He was a at the very least he wasn't an outrageously racist cop. So oh, you're talking about the cop. Yeah, the cop was fine. As I said, I did appreciate that. Because I'll mention it now since she's right here. The FBI agent. Uh, what's her name? I think her. I believe her name was Flores. I believe it was Agent Flores, right? Because she shows up in chapter 4. Yeah, Agent Flores. Uh, she was also okay. Like she was kind of a little bit. Actually, I'll put her below the police officer here because she was a little bit of a. On one of my playthroughs, the cops didn't have to say all the crimes I committed. uh, oh well, there you go. Well, I guess you did I guess what was it Renegade Sean, if you were going with the rebellious Sean. But yeah, she was all right. She wasn't around for a long time. She was what, just in the beginning of episode 4 when Sean is at the hospital, and then at the end of the game when you're in the standoff with the cops at the border. So she didn't really do a lot. So she wasn't really doing much. Um, who else is here? Oh, in that respect, what was it? Sean's nurse at the hospital. There you go, Joey. Okay, I was about to say what is his name? Joey. Um, he was I'll give him a I'll give him a B. Like he was genuinely like nice. Oh, you say Joey's the goat? Yeah, he was. He definitely was very legitimately like nice and understanding to Sean. So uh when you get the opportunity, when you're trying to plan out how you're going to escape the hospital, when you're given an option to rope in Joey into helping you escape, immediately I was like, I am not getting Joey involved in this. He does not deserve to get roped into this and like lose his job or potentially get like arrested like with federal charges or anything on him. He doesn't deserve any of that. So I was like, I always keep him out of anything when I'm trying to get out of the hospital. I always keep him out of it because I'm like I was like the guy's too nice. Yeah, yeah. Neither do I. I'm like he's too much of a nice guy. I'm like, bruh, he's too nice. Um. Oh, here's another random. I don't like nothing character. I don't even know what this guy's name is, but the bodyguard to to the crazy religious lady. The bodyguard that pulls a gun on Sean and is gonna shoot him in the head, like that guy. Oh, what is his name? Does he even have a name? Do they even mention his name? Oh, his name is Nicholas, apparently. Okay, his bodyguard's name is Nicholas. Okay, I guess so. But yeah, he was just kind of an asshole. Oh yeah, he was. If this was like a tier list of like most shocking like Life is Strange moments, he would probably be at the top of the list because it's like, bruh, he's having a gun to Sean's head, and then later he's pistol whipping him. So it's like, bruh. I'm like, bruh, this is just getting some pretty heavy shit. Uh, but yeah, I get he's like um, and in that instance, since we're already talking getting the religious cult section of Life is Strange 2 characters out the way, uh, we'll go with Lizbeth, and I will put Lizbeth slightly above the racist lady, the racist redneck lady. Mainly because the crazy redneck, the racist redneck lady annoyed me way more than Lizbeth. Mainly because Lizbeth was just your standard like crazy religious nut job. The thing I do the thing that sticks out more about Lizbeth was the fact of she doesn't want to she doesn't want people to have like to go to hospital, get any medicine or anything like that. But then when you go to her house and if you look around, you find that she's taking medicine for a yeast infection. So it's like oh, Lizbeth has a nasty vagina. I was like, she has a dirty vagina. Okay, that's a like I laughed. I laughed so hard when When I found that out, I was like, yo, this bitch is crazy, and she has a dirty vagina. Oh. If the cops ask me point blank, I burned that place down with pure intentions. uh, you didn't. Did you shoot? You didn't shoot Lisbeth, did you? Did you ever do the shooting Lisbeth option where where Sean could actually shoot her? Um, but yeah, this was. Uh, I let her burn alive. I think I can't remember. Well, actually, if you don't shoot her, uh, if you, she either can die, I believe, only two ways. Either Sean can shoot her with the gun, or I believe Daniel, if Daniel is an asshole enough, I believe he'll actually like use his powers to like rip her apart or like slam her on to like through the door or something. Like he'll be the one to kill her. Um. Oh, hold on a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Uh, but yeah. Um, but yeah. So if you if you don't shoot her or Daniel doesn't kill her, then then you see her later when you're doing the slow walk out of the burning church. You can see behind them. You could see the bodyguard pulling like Lisbeth out of the building, and you'll actually see her like hysterical and like trying to go back into the building, and the bodyguard guy is keeping her from going into the building and stuff. So you could see her doing that in the background, as Sean, Daniel, and Karen are slow walking out of the church and stuff. So I believe she'll survive if you don't do anything to her. So, uh, but yeah, she was all right. To well, none of the antagonists in Life is Strange 2 were extremely memorable. Like none of them really. Uh oh, and speaking of not taking of Lisbeth not letting people take medicine, here is Sarah. What was it? Jacob's little sister. Right? Her name is Sarah, right? Yeah, Sarah. Making sure I remember the kid's name. Um, but yeah, I'll give her. I'll give her. Yeah, I'll leave her at B. She was she was okay. Uh, because you know she's just the innocent child character that's stuck in this cult uh environment. Uh, plus I also like uh the little romance that you could find out that Daniel uh is starting to have with her. So it's like, okay, well at least Daniel gets a love interest that is closer to his age. Cause from the beginning of the game, like Daniel is constantly uh trying to get with like Lila the whole time. so, so it's like, okay, good. He found someone closer to his age. The only sad part about it is that she's like really sick. Technically he didn't, because if you remember, by the end of episode 3, you can either have Sean get into a relationship with either Cassidy or Finn. Cause Sarah doesn't show up until episode 4. So depending on if you do the relationship with either Finn or Cassidy, then Sean already has a relationship before Daniel does. So if you go down that route, then technically Sean does get one before him. So I tried to. Okay, wait. You said you tried to get with Cassidy. Does that mean that you weren't successful? I think I failed or just forgot about that part. Yeah. Um. I since she's staring at me in the face right now, I guess we would, since Cassidy is right here, I guess I'll talk about her now. I'll put her in. Okay, of the two love interests that Sean actually gets in Life is Strange 2, Cassidy, for me, Cassidy is the better out of the two. I do enjoy Cassidy more. I'll put her. I'll put her right behind Lila. Cat. I do like Cassidy. I like her little singing thing that she does. The skinny dipping scene that they have at the lake is also is pretty sweet, because since Sean is a virgin and he's so like innocent about romance and how to even do anything, uh Cassidy is like really like holding his hand through it all. So it's like it's a pretty sweet romance route with Cassidy. I enjoyed it. Um, it also helps if you have the extra interactions with her in the second episode, when you're in the Christmas tree area. When you're in the Christmas tree area and you could have the side interaction with Cassidy when she's singing and whatnot. Um, it does help that I did that before episode 3. So by the time I got to episode 3, it's like, oh, okay, I already met her before. We Sean and Daniel already know her. They introduced themselves to her and like stuff like that. So it's like immediately from episode 3 we could just immediately start building on the relationship, and we don't have to worry about going through all the introductions and all that stuff. So that does help. Um, and with and we'll go with the other love interest, Finn. Where are we gonna put Finn? I'll put Finn. Finn is a Finn's a tough one. I'm stuck with putting Finn either in B or C tier. I'm kind of torn on whether to put him in C or B. Hmm. I guess I'll put him on the towards the top of C tier. And the main reason he's in C tier is even if you romance him, he's still gonna use Daniel to break into Marrow's house and try to steal the money. So it's like all that still happens. So I'm like, even if you're in a relationship with Finn, I think that kind of sours the relationship there of using your boyfriend's like brother to try to commit robberies. So yeah. Uh, the only thing that saves Finn for being lower on the list is if he doesn't die during the Marrow confrontation. If Marrow doesn't end up killing him, uh, during your breakout, during your escaping the hospital in episode 4, at the beginning of episode 4, you can actually find Finn is in the hospital also. And before you leave, you actually have the decision of whether you want to stop and like talk to him real quick before you leave. So, and the fact that if you're positive enough with Finn during that leading up to that hospital interaction that you could have, he is genuinely remorseful about the whole like using Daniel to try to steal the money and stuff like that. So he does kind of have a little bit of a redemption thing, but that still doesn't change the fact that literally everybody was screaming at Finn that going to steal the money was a bad idea. Like, literally everybody was like screaming at him like this is a bad idea. And even if um Daniel is going on the renegade route, because Daniel could be just a straight up asshole and just be the one that goes through with stealing the money where Daniel wants to do it, and Finn kind of gets roped into it, and it's like Finn, that still doesn't make you innocent here. I was like, you still went along with Daniel on this stupid stealing money route, and it's not like you were trying very hard to stop him, really, or try to talk some sense into him. So it's like, I don't. So yeah, Finn is like not the best not the best love interest. Um, let's see who else is. We got what was this? This is Chris's dad, right? Yeah, this is Chris's dad. What's Chris's dad name? Does Chris's dad have a name? I think he does. Okay, there. Okay, his name is Charles. Okay. I'm still gonna call you Chris's dad. Chris's dad, I give him. I give him. I'll put him in A. I'll give him A because I'm also taking into account the Captain Spirit DLC. So I'm taking that into account with Chris's dad here. So not just his scenes from episode 2. Um he's a um he's a all right character. He especially, I believe they handled the alcoholic thing and uh the negative alcohol, the negative side of being an alcoholic and all that stuff. Um, the fact that he's also trying very, very, very hard to try to be better for Chris. And the fact that you do get an update on how Chris and his dad is doing later in Life is Strange 2, and he I believe they do say that he does kind of sober up and start like making some positive changes and stuff. So I do like how that goes. Plus I've never been addicted to like like anything like he is, but I've been around like some family members and stuff of mine that that are addicted to like certain drugs and stuff, and specifically on how doing that and being a parent to like a young kid at the same time can be like really obviously like damaging and stuff to a young kid's like development and things like that. So I've seen how that can have an effect on that. So it is nice though to see uh, that it works out for him, and by extension, I will put Chris also an A, and I'll put him here. So Chris was a really fun character. Uh, there's a particular thing I want to say about Chris, but I don't want to extremely spoil the placement of certain other people by talk by showing my hand too much. But yeah, he's really fun. Um, I always make sure not to lie about have I always make sure that Daniel doesn't lie to Chris about Chris having powers and stuff because I don't want him to get run over by a police car. uh even though if he does get run over by the gets hit by the police car, he does he does still survive. So it's not like he dies. So no matter what you do, it's not like Chris dies. But I still don't want him to get hit by the car. Um uh yeah, he cuz you could still kind of keep the lie going and still save him cuz you could make him not get hit by the car cuz Daniel can lift the police car and like uh toss it to the side. But I believe Daniel will only do that. I believe Daniel will only do that if you kind of let him use his powers a little bit. So depending on how much you let Daniel like have a little bit of freedom, I believe he'll like take the car and like toss it to the side so that way it doesn't hit Chris. If you don't do that and Daniel has been like really restrictive and constantly like told like not to use your powers, hide your powers and stuff, Daniel will not do anything and Chris will get hit by the car. So yeah. But yeah, he's fun. I wish the Captain Spirit the Captain Spirit part was longer cuz I really liked playing as Chris. So I really liked his whole story with him and his dad. I really liked. Like I wish there was more to do with that. Like I wish that this was bigger, um, a little bit of a bigger part in the game. And one last note about Cassidy that I forgot to mention is the biggest thing that also keeps her from being an S tier is because it's very obvious that Cassidy was literally a discount Chloe. Like it's very obvious that Cassidy was meant to be a Chloe stand-in for Life is Strange 2. Because she got all the tattoos, she has the dyed hair, she uh I believe she like smokes the weed and everything. Even though Finn is the obvious like stereotype. Oh wow, you didn't even notice that Cassidy was literally discount Chloe the whole time. I I noticed that just from how she looks. Like her overall personality is different from Chloe, but aesthetic wise, like if you just put them side by side and you just look at them, it's pretty obvious that like that Don't Nod literally just had them be. Yeah, it's literally obvious Don't Nod literally just had them knew Chloe was popular and they just wanted to kind of have Chloe there, but not really. So they kind of turned Chloe into a different character and just changed up a couple of things. I didn't think I was gonna blow your mind with with that revelation. uh, I'm sorry if your mind was blown from me saying that. uh, um, who else do we got here? Uh, I just gotta comprehend it. uh, it's like you gotta sit there and like process it now. Like you have to think and be like uh, well, while you're thinking about that, let's uh let's see. Uh, okay, we have uh the grandparents. So first up, we have what was it? The grandmother. What was the grandmother's name? Okay, there you go. Claire. Okay. Claire. Uh, she was she was okay. Um, there was an interesting angle with her that I thought they were gonna go down because they introduced the idea that uh, that Karen was raised. Karen, Sean and Daniel's mother, was raised in a like a overly religious like household. So they kind of set up Karen to be like a overly religious type, and that that may be a reason why Karen wanted to like leave, get out of the house, like go out on her own and stuff. Before she met Sean and Daniel's like dad and stuff. But they didn't really do anything with that. It's like they introduced that idea, but they didn't really follow through with it. So I was kind of disappointed on that because I thought we were gonna like start getting some answers to what happened with Karen and her like upbringing and what may have like given her the whole like wanting to leave mentality and stuff like that. But they didn't really go really anywhere with it, really. So that was kind of disappointing. Other than that, she was pretty nice. Like they tried to set up with her having like a bunch of rules in the house and stuff. Hence why the what was it? The name of episode 2 was like rules. But if they were trying to set her up like as a like a overbearing parent, kind of, they didn't really do a good job of it. Like, yeah, she had rules that you had to follow, but she wasn't all like oppressive with it, really. Like, she was genuinely pretty like nice about it. So it was like the only time she really got aggressive was when you break into Karen's room, which I can't really fault Claire for being mad in that instance, because she constantly when you would bring up the room and stuff, she would say that the room is off limits and stuff, and to not go there. So I can't really argue with the fact that you got into the room when she kept telling you that the room is off limits. So she's pretty justified to be mad and pissed off about it. So I can't really argue against her for being mad there. So I'll give her a B. Where's hmm. Oh, okay. Uh, that's cool. like the chocolate. mm, where's Steven? Where's Steven on this list? Where the hell is he? Oh, there he is. I was wondering. I was like, where is he? Boom, 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 boom. I'll put Steven. I'll put Steven above Claire, only because he's pretty nice and everything from the get-go, and there's a lot more like one-on-one interactions that you have with Steven. So you get a lot more out of Steven than you really do with Claire. So that's pretty much how that goes. Um, so he's definitely like the sweet grandpa type of character. Plus, I really love his train set that he has, like his little miniature town with his train set and stuff. If I if I was his grandkid, I would be over his house a lot to play with that train set, because that is like really cool. Because I would have a train set myself growing up, and me and my dad would play like train set and stuff, and make different like use the train tracks and make like different tracks and stuff, and do different things with it and things like that. So personally, I could relate to Sean and Steven's like grandparent and grandchild relationship on that one. Except for me, it's my actual father, but but close enough that I could at least relate a little bit. Um, who else we got here? Who's this? Is this this is Courtney, isn't it? Yeah, this is one of Rachel's two, not Rachel, Victoria's two stooges. Uh, Amazon advertisement, leave me alone. Where are they? No, no, no. Where's the is the Vortex Club section here? Yeah, here it is. Okay, yeah, it is Courtney. Okay. I was like, wait a minute, who is? um, let me see. Is she the one that is voiced? Where are you? Oh yeah, yeah, you're the one that's voiced. Okay, Courtney's the one that's voiced by Hannah Tell. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. That's probably like the most meta thing that I remember about Courtney is the fact of Hannah Tell also voicing her. So anytime Max is talking to Courtney, I'm always like in the back of my mind, I'm always like, "Hey, look, Max, you're talking to yourself." So good, 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 good. But yeah, so I give other than that, Courtney's not really doesn't really do much. She could help you get into the Vortex Club party. Like you could get on the list for the party if you're like nice enough to her. So she makes that section of the game a lot easier because you don't have to do a lot. So uh so yeah, I give her I'll put her in B. She's okay. Um who else is here? Who's this? Who's is that Dan? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Both Daniels are right next to each other. I did not even plan that to be a thing. Cause that is that is cause that is Daniel, right? The the one from the original Life is Strange. Yeah, yeah, that is the um I give him I'll also put him in B. This is kind of B is kind of shaping up to be kind of like middle of the road characters, like ones that aren't really bad, aren't really offensive, but they don't have enough going on with them uh, to give them like something to get like higher. Uh, but Daniel from the original Life is Strange, he's all right. He could draw Max's portrait. You could he's one of the characters that the original Life is Strange uses for bullying. For like an example of like kids, like you have your group of kids that are like the ones that get bullied. So Daniel is one of those. Alyssa is kind of one of those. And Kate is the more obvious one. Like Kate is like the big example of like bullying in the original game. So, who's who else we got here? Okay, Sean's. It'll be a quick one here. Sean and Daniel's dad. Their dad. Mm, hmm. I'll put him. I'll put him at the bottom of A tier. Right now. So far. Cause thankfully during some of the flashbacks we get a little more from Sean and Daniel's dad. I forget what was his name. What was their dad's name? I forget what his dad's name was. Uh
Tyler, there's some juice bottles of juices in the fridge and in the freezer. Don't drink them, okay? They're not good for you. They're medicine for everything.
Imagine.
uh oh, I think I just passed him. Oh, there you go. Esteban. I was trying to figure out. I was like, wait, what was their dad's name again? Okay, Esteban. Esteban's fine. Um, is he? He's probably one of the better uh Life is Strange dads. Like of the dads in of all the dads in all the Life is Strange games, he's probably the one of the better ones. Like a lot of the other dads are pretty bad for various reasons. So so yeah. If you know, you know. When we get to certain characters, when we get to the some of the other dads, we will definitely address that. Cause some of them are real big pieces of work. So, um, who is this? Is this the is this the Mexican guy that was in the jail in episode 5? I think he is. Oh no. Oh okay. Oh no, this is the wife. Oh okay. Now that I'm seeing it, I got some people confused. Here's the racist redneck lady. This is the racist redneck lady. This is the wife. Okay. There you go. Hey look, they actually form a picture. Uh they're I will put them. I'll put them here. I'll put them here. They weren't that bad. Their only real big contribution is to challenge the racist redneck lady on on um on like the racist stuff. So yeah, so uh even though the racist redneck lady doesn't really do anything, like even when you try to debate her on her racism and you're trying to go from point to point, once you start making big enough points and challenges to her, she pretty much just gives up and kind of just is like, all right, well, whatever type of thing, and kind of stops like arguing with you because she knows she's not winning the argument. So, who else is here? Boom, 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 boom. Do we got? Oh no, we still got a couple of Life is Strange 2 characters to go. Oh, here's one. Here's Jacob. Jacob, I will give. I'll give Jacob a. I'll give him a B. I'll give Jacob a B. He didn't really do a lot in episode 3, because episode 3 puts a lot of different characters, like a lot of characters in that little what was it, the little like homeless group or whatever you want to call it that they're at. So he doesn't do a lot there, but the fact that he's the one that kind of rescues Daniel in the aftermath of the whole trying to steal Meryl's like money and stuff. And he's also the one that takes Daniel to Lisbeth. So he's the reason why the whole Lisbeth thing even happens, because he's the one that took him there. But he does try to make things right when he realizes too late like what Lisbeth is doing with Daniel and stuff like that, and how much she's exploiting Daniel and stuff like that. But he does like really try to like to get Daniel like away from her, because he's the one that gets in contact with Karen. So he's the one that gets Karen actively involved in the story at that point. And then he actually like helps Sean in sneaking into the church and gaining like the information and stuff that they need to convince Daniel to like leave, and for Jacob to also rescue his sister, because it's ironic that I put him right next to his sister Sarah here, to make sure that he could get her out and prove that she's like evidence of her being sick, and then actually getting her to get like real medical attention and stuff. So he's, and his little backstory of coming from a religious family and being sent to gay conversion camp when his parents found out that he was gay. Like they tried to send him to a camp. They sent him to a camp to cure the gay away, and it's like okay, I sympathize with that, which is why he's in the homeless like group to begin with, because he ran away from all that and he obviously couldn't go back home and stuff, so that's why he's there. So and the fact that he gets that him and his sister kind of get like a happy ending and stuff later, because I believe you do find out that she does get some treatment and she is like getting better and stuff like that. So it's like they get like a little a little bit of a happy ending and stuff. So they're okay. I give them I give them I give them some thumbs up. I give each of them a thumb up. They're all right. Who else we got here? Oh, here's another. Speaking of the hobo camp, here's another character. I believe her name. I believe her name was Hannah. I believe this is. I believe this was Hannah, right? Yeah, there you go. Her name, Hannah. I want. I wonder if they. I wonder if Don't Nod named this character Hannah after Hannah Tell, who plays Max. I wonder if that's supposed to be like an Easter egg or something with the character's name. But in any case, um, she's she was okay. She wasn't overly offensive, really. Like she's all right. The only thing that I I really remember about Hannah is you if you played Life is Strange 2, you probably already know it because it's kind of obvious and it's kind of in your face. Is she is the only Life is Strange character to have. Hannah is the only Life is Strange character to have full, well, I wouldn't say full frontal, but to have actual nudity on screen. Because she just has her tits out for like a good amount of screen time. Because when you make it to the hobo camp, the little hobo camp, when you make it to the hobo camp, the first person that Sean has any conversation with as soon as he gets out of that tent is literally Hannah with her tits just there. I appreciate the fact that that Hannah has a I don't give a fuck attitude about it. She's not shy about just casually walking around with her tits out, but it definitely was nothing I was really expecting, because Don't Nod in the original Life is Strange didn't do anything like that. Like even during the iconic pool scene, even during the iconic pool scene with Max and Chloe, they still have their underwear on that whole time. So So going into this one, I wasn't expecting Dotnog to just flash me with a pair of titties out of nowhere. Like I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, that's sadly as far as Hannah goes, that's the only thing that really sticks out to me is that she's notable for that pretty much. Uh, and she has some kind of little like butting head like rivalry with Cassidy because they kind of argue a little bit, but then they like resolve it and stuff later, and they talk about it and stuff, and then everyone's drinking around the campfire a little while later, so everything's pretty fine. You wish you could wash your eyes out from what Hannah's titties. There wasn't really much really to see, because it's not like she has like a. It's not like she had like a big set of titties. Like she just has like I believe. How did my friend a friend of mine put it? She had like little mosquito bites. I was I told my friend like you're terrible for referring to them that way. Uh, it was funny, but also, um, let's see who else is here. Uh, okay, we'll get this little joke, this little joke placement, uh, on the list. Uh, we'll put Hot Dog Man as S tier, our first S tier character. We will put Hot Dog Man because there's nothing bad to say about Hot Dog Man. He's amazing. He's 100% S tier worthy and everything. There's nothing bad you could say about Hot Dog Man. Okay? So he'll be an S tier. He'll be the one entertaining everyone that goes to S tier. Um, who we have? Oh, we got any other? Oh no, that's Before the Storm. Let's put. Here's from original Life is Strange character. Evan. Let's see, where are we gonna put Evan? Um, Evan. Evan, I believe. Huh. There's nothing really. There's nothing really big that I remember about Evan. Uh, the only real memorable thing about Evan that I really remember is he could get he could get killed by getting hit in the head with some debris during the final episode when Max is trying to make her way to the diner. Like that's the only thing I really remember about Evan is that he could just get clonked in the head and die. uh, there is some uh, little bit of a little bit of a spoiler uh, for um, Life is Strange Before the Storm. uh, he does he does have some scenes in Before the Storm, so he is in Before the Storm, and he has a couple of interactions with Chloe, but uh, nothing nothing really. Like he's kind of just there as like a cameo, mainly because it's like we're in Blackwell again. So obviously, if we're in Blackwell again, there should be some students. Oh yeah, there are some students that there are certain students from the original Life is Strange that do make cameos in Before the Storm, and Evan is one of them. And aside from some funny like jokes that that Chloe makes at Evan's expense at certain points, Evan doesn't act he doesn't act the same like he did in the original game. Like in Before the Storm, he's a little bit more serious. So, cause for the most part in the original Life is Strange, Evan is a little bit more goofier, a little bit. Like for the love of God, the guy, there's a storm going on. You see this gigantic tornado that's coming towards the town. Everything's getting destroyed around you. But your goofy ass still wants to take fucking pictures. And that's why you get smacked in the face by debris and you get killed. so yeah. Taking Before the Storm and the original game into account, I put Evan towards the back of B tier. Like yet again, he's not really. There's nothing really too bad about him, and there's nothing extremely that sticks out about him. Like he's kind of just there. So I'll just put him there. Oh, this is another. I believe this is Hayden, isn't it? Yeah, I believe this is Hayden. Let me make sure. Yep, there's the student page. Move this up because you're in my way. Yep, that's Hayden. Okay. So as far as Hayden goes, here's Hayden here. In the original Life is Strange, he is kind of just a stereotypical like weed guy. Because the only thing I remember about Hayden is at the Vortex Club party, he is like stoned out of his mind. And he's trying to get like Max to like smoke up and stuff and like join the party and stuff. I guess the only thing in the original Life is Strange, that's the only thing I really remember for him. Because there's not really much that he does. Because he's just a part of the football. What was it? The football bros, like the group of students that are just like a part of the football team. Uh, the main reason I kind of have him on this list is only because he's way better. he's way better in Before the Storm. Like he's more memorable for me in Before the Storm. Because he actually has like more of a personality. He's kind of funny and stuff. Especially because in Before the Storm he's a part of a school play, and him being kind of bad at remembering his lines and stuff is kind of a funny little running joke that goes on when Chloe is like talking to him at various points in the game. Especially when he's trying to get into character to try to remember his lines, and he tries to do like some like acting and stuff. It's pretty funny. So just for that, I give him um I'll give him I'll give him a little higher placement on B tier. I'll put him ahead of Courtney. Just because of his Before the Storm uh, section. Just because of his Before the Storm appearance. Like that definitely like made him more memorable. It also makes me disappointed when I go back to the original Life is Strange, and then when I see Hayden, I'm like disappointed. I was like, oh, he's not fun anymore. I was like, oh, he's not the fun guy in this one. What else do we got here? Are we running low? Oh no, we still got some Life is Strange. We still got some Life is Strange 2 characters in here. We got let's see, we got who was this? Who was the lady at the hobo? Not the hobo. I guess you could kind of call it a hobo, but the place where Karen was living with those other group of homeless people. Oh, there you are. Joanne. That is how you say that, right? Joanne. But yeah. For her, I will just put her. I'm just squarely putting her in. Overall, I liked her better than Hayden. Because there was a little bit, I do like her, like, artistic thing with making, sculptures out of, like, the junk and everything in the junkyard. I do like her stuff for that. Like, that was fine. Other than that, she was all right. Who else is here? Oh, these two. I might as well get these two out of the way. The gay couple, Stanley and Arthur. Wait, which one's which? Okay, Stanley's the bald one. Oh, there you go. I'll give Stanley. put Stanley and Arthur pretty much like right next to each other, because they don't really. There's nothing really much for them going on, really. Like they give some words of wisdom to Daniel and well, mostly to Sean about Daniel and like stuff like that, but there's nothing really that I can remember that sticks out really about Stanley and Arthur. Like they're just like the only thing I remember about them is like, oh, they're the gay couple. That's about it. That's about it. Like there's nothing they didn't really give they're nice enough. Like they're nice enough guys, but there's not really much going on. Like that's one of the biggest recurring issues of Life is Strange 2 that I found is there's a lot of characters that kind of show up and are around, but they don't really do much and don't really serve too big of a purpose. Like they're kind of just there. So you're always stuck in this like situation where each episode kind of introduces a bunch of characters, and then like only a couple of them actually mean anything in the grand scheme of the story or whatever story is happening in that particular episode. Who else is here? Oh, uh, I'll put this guy in. I'll put this guy in C. This is I believe this is the redneck ladies, the racist redneck lady. I believe this is her husband, boyfriend, whatever guy the guy that she's in a relationship with. Uh, that guy. Oh wow, his name is Luke, and the racist redneck lady's name is Madison. I was, I don't even remember. I don't even remember that they even had names. But in any case, uh, the only reason he's above the redneck lady is he isn't like overly actively racist. Like you get the feeling with him that he's only doing it because he's in a relationship with her. So she's kind of like the one that's like actively like pushing like the racist stuff, and he's just kind of there. Like he doesn't like yell at Sean or like says like racist comments or anything. If anything, he's almost a voice of reason. Cause when she shoots, cause I believe she's the one that shoots Daniel, in the shoulder. Uh, he's he's the one that immediately when he realizes that Daniel is just a kid, like he's immediately like holy shit. Like he's the one that's like trying to show some compassion, but she's like I don't give a fuck pretty much if he's a kid. So and then when they get into like the what was it, the racist debate that they're kind of having, where Sean is having with her. He's the one that kind of, when it starts getting too heated, he's the one that's kind of like trying to like calm her down and be like, yo, that's like enough, chill, type of thing. And then if you when Daniel is doing the breakout, when Daniel shows up and he's trying to busting Sean out of the police station and out of jail and stuff, he's if you decide to break out, because you could break out the Mexican couple out of jail if you want to. You could break them out, and you could also break out the this redneck racist couple. You could break them out, and the lady, if you break them out, the lady is more still being kind of like an asshole about it. Like, even though you're like trying to show them some like compassion, she's still kind of like pig-headed about it. But he actually says thank you to you if you break them out. So that's the that's the one thing for that. So I give him that. Who else is here? Oh, we got. Oh no, that's True Colors. Uh, Julia. I mean Juliet. Right? That's Juliet. Yep, Juliet. Um. Uh. I put her in. I put her above Courtney. Because Julia is the one that you have to find the the text message for Victoria, from Victoria, to prove that Victoria was like kind of manipulating like text messages and stuff and getting Julia and Dana to like fight and stuff and cause drama and stuff like that. So yeah, there's nothing really much that I remember about Julia. Is there anything else that I'm not remembering about her? Uh, oh, okay. Well, I guess she's a reporter, I guess. Oh, interesting. Uh, oh yeah, there's not really much going on with her. Yeah, because you could see that she barely shows up in the later episodes. So yeah, there's not really much to say about her. I'll talk about somebody not really much to say about. Here's what was it? Justin. Our right, that is Justin, right? Yeah. Okay. the the obligatory extreme like weed smoking guy. I'll just put him below Evan because there's nothing really much to Justin. He doesn't really do anything. He's just a stereotypical like pothead guy. He even has a cameo. He even has a couple of cameos in Before the Storm. So he's even in Before the Storm. And he's really no different in Before the Storm either. So he's still just like the pothead guy. So so there's really not much. The only thing that really a bunch of these students the only thing really that a bunch of these students even like purpose that they serve is really just to talk about Rachel pretty much. Like a lot of these like random students that really don't have any impact on the story really is just asking them about Rachel and if they've like had any interactions with her, how do they what do they think about her and like stuff like that. Like that's all that that a lot of these like students really serve is just pretty much that. Like there's nothing really to them. Sadly. Speaking of, who is this? Like he's one of the jock guys, but who is? Oh, Logan. Easy. Even also in B because there's nothing really much to him. He's just kind of there. He's just again one of the jock guys, one of the members of the football team, and he doesn't really do much of anything. Let's see. We got. Oh, here we go. One of the teachers, Miss Graham, I believe. Right? That is her name? Miss Graham? Oh, Miss Grant. Okay. I was close enough. Don't judge me. But yeah, Miss Grant, she's alright. Aside from Jefferson, in the original Life is Strange, she's the only other teacher you ever meet in the game. Because the only two teachers in that whole game is just Jefferson and Miss Grant. That's it. And by default, she is the best teacher in the game. And you already know why. But yeah, I hold grudges. I think the entire fan base of Life is Strange rightfully holds that grudge. But yeah, I'll give Miss Grant I'll give Miss Grant I'll put her below Daniel because I like even though Daniel doesn't do anything in the original Life is Strange, he was still like a nice enough kid that didn't deserve to be like getting bullied and stuff the way he does. because I definitely know that from experience because I had my share of a couple of bullies in school growing up. So I definitely know uh, how that can feel. So I have a little bit more like sympathy for Daniel as far as that goes. Miss Grant is also in Before the Storm, so she has I think she has like one cameo scene really. So she's not in a lot of Before the Storm. Like she's kind of just like in one little thing. Uh and that's pretty much it. She doesn't really do anything. Like she's there's a lot of Before the Storm when there's in Before the Storm there's a lot of characters from the original Life is Strange that are in the game, which makes sense because you're in the same locations, so why wouldn't they be there? But at the same time, they don't really serve any real purpose. They're kind of just there because it's like, well, they kind of have to be there. That's pretty much like it. Who else is here? Oh, here's Meryl. Here's the the owner of the weed farm. I give Meryl. Mm, I'll put Meryl. I'll put Meryl kind of like in between here, cause he could have been like a more of an asshole like antagonist in the third episode of Life is Strange 2, but he kind of shows like some layers because he does take Sean to the side and he does like tell him like this is no place for like Daniel to work and like be here and like stuff like that. So he does genuinely show some concern. So even if he is like a hard ass, like he's not entirely like devoid of compassion. So like even during the hold up thing when he has like the shotgun and he's holding you guys up when he discovers you guys trying to breaking into his house and all that stuff. He he's not entirely like extremely unreasonable depending on what your interactions and stuff with him were before and how you overall handle the situation uh, when he is confronting you with the shotgun and stuff. So just because he didn't turn out to be like a stereotypical uh like drug dealing boss guy, like it's like, oh, that was a pleasant surprise. Like I was just expecting him to be like drug dealing boss dude, but it's like, oh no, there's a little bit of layers to him. So I appreciated that. Um who else is here? Is there anyone else on this row? No, there's a lot of Before the Storm characters, True Colors characters. and double exposure characters and some common characters. Okay, so third row. So on the third row we have Karen. So we have Sean and Daniel's mother. I don't know how y'all feel about Karen, but I will give Karen. I did also. I did also with Karen, but uh, my problem with Karen, I'll put her at the top of C tier. I was not I was not satisfied by their explanation on why Karen abandoned her kids to begin with. Like it kind of amounted to Karen just kind of woke up one day and just decided to be like, fuck it and leave. Like that's kind of what it amounted to. Because even when Sean presses her on like getting an explanation, Karen herself doesn't really entirely like really explains why. Like she kind of just be like, it was like, hey, I just wanted to kind of leave and be free, I guess, like without any like what is it, like obligations or something, like kind of like she can't handle too much responsibility and decided to say fuck it and leave. It was like I can't handle the responsibility of having two kids, so fuck it, I'm gone. Like type of thing. And it's like okay, I guess. Like it's like I wasn't really sold on Karen's like on the whole reasoning with Karen's reveal on why she left was a big sticking point to me. I believe if they fleshed that part out more and gave a better like reasoning and explanation to leaving, I would have uh felt better about her, especially where her whole like redemption arc that she's trying to do, where she's like, I abandoned you guys once before and I'm not gonna do it now. I'm gonna say I'm gonna help you save Daniel from the religious like cult thing and whatnot and stuff like that. So it's like I would have gotten behind that more if I would have gotten more about her better explanation on why she left and all that stuff. But yeah. Um, okay, we have some stragglers here. Uh, who's this? Oh, I believe this is Penny. I believe this is Penny, right? That's That's the other guy that was in the little hobo the little hobo camp. Ah, come on. Go down. Dang it. Move. Oh, for the love of God. This is what happens when you have too many ads on the fucking pages and stuff. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Penny. There you go. Okay, right out the gate, we're just putting Penny. We're just putting Penny here, because there's nothing really to this guy either. There's nothing really much going on with him, so I kind of give him. Just. I'm just gonna put him there. There's really nothing much going on with him. Same thing with what was it? Brooke. Because this is Brooke here. I give her I don't know. I give I'll keep her in B tier, kind of. She's Brooke was alright. Yet again, just like her picture shows, she let me fly her drone like once. It's like, okay. Nothing really much going on with that one. Who else do we have here? Who's this? Oh, I think that's Stella, right? Yep, that is Stella. Okay. So I'll just put Stella where? Oh, go up here. I will put Stella. Kind of there. She's okay. The only thing I really remember really about Stella is when you go to the William is alive timeline, when you go into the William is alive timeline, Warren ends up getting together with Stella. That's kind of all I remember about her. is that it seems like Stella is just destined to be like Warren's rebound girl if Warren can't get with Max, apparently. So that's it. That's all I remember really with Stella. Who else do we have here? Oh, Principal Wells. Principal Wells. The drunk principal. He's just kind of a stereotypical principal. There's really not much to Principal Wells. I did find it funny when Principal Wells is drunk, though. He does his drunken interactions is funny. His drunken interactions are funny though. Uh, he's also in Before the Storm, obviously. But he he doesn't really do much there. His only real contribution the beginning of the beginning of episode 2 of Before the Storm, uh when uh when Rachel and Chloe are called into the principal's office. That's pretty much it. Like that's his only real scene. You can get a scene, a hidden scene from him in episode 1 of Before the Storm, but uh, it doesn't really do much of anything. It's just a almost a forced backtalk challenge scene, because it pretty much initiates a backtalk section where you kind of have to do the backtalk with the principal and everything. So it's not really a lot going on there. So if you don't do that, if you don't find that hidden scene in episode 1, then really the only thing that he does in Before the Storm is just that the opening section of episode 2, and then that's it. So even with Before the Storm, he really doesn't do like a lot. Who else is here? There was this Dana. That's Dana, right? Yep, Dana. Okay. Um. So Dana, the the abortion girl, because she's the one that Max can find out was pregnant, and uh if you're able to get more information, you could actually find out from her that she actually like did go and get an abortion. So there's that. Uh um I give hmm she's also a part of the in Before the Storm, she's a part of the play that that Hayden is in. So you see some funny little rehearsal stuff between the two of them, and Dana is actually good in the play, but but Hayden isn't. So it's kind of funny how their little interactions. That's pretty funny. Uh, she has as far as the baby goes, at least in the comic books, there is a moment in the comic books where you do see where Max can temporarily see a little into a different timeline, and in that timeline, she actually went through with like having the baby, so she does. So there is like some timeline where she doesn't get the baby aborted and she actually has it. So, um, so I will give her. Mm, I think I'll put her at the. Yeah, I'll put her here. She's more. She's also more of the more positive interactions that Max can have in the original game. Cause from the outset, Dana is more of the girls. Dana is one that is overall pretty positive to Max from the beginning. I know time really flies. I've really learned like when I'm streaming like videos and stuff, when I'm streaming stuff, like I sometimes look at the time and I'm like, it doesn't really feel like I've been sitting in front of the computer here and like doing stuff for that long. It really it shit does just like flies by. But yeah, so yeah, I just put Dana there. Like not too bad. Um who's this? Taylor. Taylor. I will give Taylor um I'll give Taylor above Courtney. Only because Max can find out more stuff about Taylor and the fact that she uh like has like a sickly mother at home and like stuff like that. So we could kind of like dig into like kind of why does she act out and why she's like a uh like a bully bully per se. So and kind of can like get her to be more positive and stuff and get her to be better and things like that. So I overall she has better interactions than Courtney does. Um and Taylor is cuz she's voiced by Ashley Birch. Yep. so so it's funny when Max is talking to Taylor, it's like, hey Max, you're talking to Chloe. uh, so I always found it funny that Victoria's two friends that are always around her are both technically Max and Chloe are always hanging around her technically since they're both voiced by the same people. So it's kind of it's one of those meta things that is really funny when you're playing the game and you're seeing like these characters like talk to each other and stuff. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild thing. I'm trying just to knock out a lot of these like ancillary characters. Who is this? Zach. One of these is Zach, right? Okay, that's Trevor. Uh, Nothing really to say about you, Trevor. I just put you at the bottom of B because you're just middle of the road. Except, are you? Ooh, excuse me. Are you... is he the one... he's the one that Dana is dating. But he's not the one that... He's not the one that knocked up Dana. No, he's the one that she's uh, in a more romantic relationship with. Okay. Because it's, I believe it's Zach, I think, that she's... Because that's him, right? Down there. Let me see. Yeah, there you go, Zachary. I mean, let me make sure. I was like, you're the one that knocked her up, right? Is it? Oh no, he's the one that was cheating on Juliet, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. He's he's the other. Okay. So you're just sitting in, where are you? Oh, there you are. You're just gonna be... Yeah, you're just gonna be towards the bottom of C because I don't like cheating asshole guys. So so you're immediately just gonna be in C tier. Who else do we have here? Oh, we have what was it? The janitor. I forget what the janitor's name is. Where is he? There we go. Samuel. Okay. So we will put Samuel... He's a janitor as the goat. He's also... Samuel is also in Before the Storm. So Chloe actually can have some interactions with Samuel. And it's actually pretty fun. Like, he's pretty he has some like philosophical like conversation and stuff that he could have with like Chloe and stuff when she's like, because she could ask him about like different people and what he thinks of them, and he gives her like the most like metaphor like answers and stuff. Kind of like what he did with the same thing he does with Max in the original game. He does the same thing with Chloe. So it's like, oh, that's fine. That's sweet. He is... I will put him... Let me move this up. I'll put him in A. He's for what he is, he's a sweet guy. He's sweet. And he's also potentially a cross-dresser. Because you do find in his janitor closet that he does have like women like fashion magazines, and he has like some women clothes and stuff around. So potentially he most likely does some cross-dressing. So there's like some implied like cross-dressing thing that Samuel does. So that's something. Also, yet again, another meta thing is Samuel is voiced. I believe he's voiced by the same guy that does the voice for Jefferson. So Jefferson and Samuel are both voiced by the same person. Hey, I'm just saying that they're both voiced by the same person. So it just goes to the, what was it, the range that cause the guy's name is Derek Phillips, who does the voice of Jefferson and Samuel. It just goes to the range that he has, that he's able to do the Jefferson voice and then do the Samuel voice, because they're both very if you're paying attention, like uh to them talking, you could tell it's the same person, but he really does try like very hard to make Samuel sound very different. So so at least Derek was able to play a good character in the original game. Like, at least he wasn't stuck playing just the worst character. So at least he got one positive character out of the game at least. uh who else do we got here? Oh, talking about dads. Talking about dads, we have the famous William Price. We got Chloe's dad. And immediately I will put Chloe's dad. I'll put Chloe's dad on A tier. Because he is a sweet he's a sweet guy. Like, you definitely feel that if William was still around, like, Chloe would be a lot different than she was. Uh Outside of the fact of what Max does. Like, I'm saying, if William was around and everything was fine and nobody ended up in a wheelchair, Chloe's life would be a lot different and way better. uh Cuz he also has some scenes, some cameos in Before the Storm, and those scenes are pretty memorable. Like, I really like how they used William in Before the Storm. I really like the creative way that they used him. Um and his and also the DLC, the farewell DLC for Before the Storm. That's also he also has some cameos in that DLC, and those cameos are really really sweet. Like, I really like those cameos. He's so he's really good. I really really enjoy William. So yeah, aside from Esteban, uh, William and Esteban are like the best dads in in Life is Strange. They are the best dads. But yeah, like they are great. I like I like William. Well, I like William more. um, mostly because of who he's the father of. So he kind of gets extra points just by proxy. He gets the nepotism points. That's what William gets. Uh, did we get? I think we got all of the. Hmm. Trying to see if we got all the. I believe we got all the supporting Life is Strange 2 characters. Yeah, it's looking like the only ones. Looking like the only ones left is just Sean and Daniel. But as I said, we're gonna save some of the main characters for last. So we got. So we'll finish off some of the Life is Strange 1. Because we still got some supporting characters for Life is Strange 1, so we'll throw some of them up on here. So first off, we have Warren. So where are we gonna put Warren? Let's see. Warren. I will give Warren. I'll give Warren. I'll give Warren the top of B tier at the very least. I'll give him that. Mainly because of him sacrificing himself to get the shit kicked out of him by Nathan in the first episode. And then him being able to potentially save Max and Chloe from Nathan in the dorms. And the fact that he is well, just by coincidence, he has the key to get to the end of the original game. Because without the picture that he took at the Vortex Club party, then Chloe pretty much stays dead. So So he's definitely all right. He doesn't, as far as a romance option goes, there's not really much there. Like even if you do like try to romance Warren, like he's not really around much. Like uh maybe if he was a part of Max and Chloe's like investigation or whatnot, like maybe if he was a part of the group and was able and everyone was able to have more interactions with each other and stuff, then maybe he would have been better. Um, that is definitely something though that Deck Nine would improve on with True Colors because in True Colors, your two romance options, you're actually together, like all three of you are together, like a lot during a majority of the game. So you get a lot more. You could get a lot more out of each of those romance options in True Colors on that end. So at least one of the games took that little criticism and kind of like improved on it. So so at least it got addressed in one of the games at the very least. Who else we have here? Um, let's see. Frank. Where are we gonna put Frank? Okay, Frank is a hard one. Oh, why do you hate Frank? Why do you hate Frank? So clearly you would put Frank in F tier. Like this is where you would put Frank. But why do you hate Frank? He's rude for no reason. Well, let me say this. Since you're playing Before the Storm, uh you already most likely have seen Frank already because if you're at the party in the beginning of Before the Storm, then you've already seen Frank. So you already have interacted with him already. Let's just say by the end of Before the Storm, maybe you'll feel a little more different when it comes to Frank. I'm just used to how he is, and yeah. But let's just say his in Before the Storm, as far as Frank goes, it does give Frank more of a reason as to why he is the way he is in the original game. And also makes more sense. And it also makes more sense in the original game why Frank is more uh nicer to Chloe. Because in all honesty, Frank could be a lot worse to Chloe, but he doesn't really treat Chloe all that bad. Frank is pretty much what Chloe says. That Frank kind of talks a hard game, but he's like pretty soft on the inside. So before the storm definitely adds more to that, more reasoning to like what Chloe said with that. So taking both the original game and Before the Storm into account, I will give Frank. Mm, I'll put him above Warren. I like him better than Warren, especially if we're taking before the if we're taking Before the Storm into account. He's definitely better than Warren. Like he by the finale of Before the Storm, he does do a lot. So so I give Frank a lot of kudos for that. It doesn't excuse the Rachel relationship though. Es- Especially when you take into account Before the Storm also, that relationship kind of feels a little bit more weird and awkward. But yeah, there's no. It's kind of hard because since he's tied to Rachel so much, it's it's a little bit. Mm, it's a little bit questionable, but he does genuinely care about Rachel. Like, if you do tell him about what happened to Rachel, he does say like uh, that he would like kill Jefferson and stuff over it. So so as far as Rachel goes, he did genuinely care. Um, as far as them potentially being in a sexual relationship goes, that's a little. It's a little weird because it's very. With all the information in the original game, it's very ambiguous on if they were in a full, like, physical relationship, really. Like, we know for a fact that they're in some kind of relationship, but how far that went is kind of up in the air. Like we see the pictures. The only real damning picture in that thing is what was it, Rachel in her underwear. But then again, we don't see like Frank there. Like we presume Frank was the one that kind of like took the picture, but it's like we don't really know what the situation was and everything, the backstory behind that photo, so it's like kind of up in the air. And Frank does admit, uh, well, he can admit later, when you're all in the diner, and Max is talking to him, he can admit that he was kind of jealous of Chloe and Rachel's relationship, and that he like towards the end like kind of understands. Mm-mm. Uh-oh. Oh, oh, got something important to do for the football game, huh? Got important stuff to do, so that way you're not able to watch it. But yeah, it's a complicated thing. Oh, oh, okay. Well, I hope you get well, I hope you get better sooner rather than later. Cause definitely been sick and like stuff before where you're kind of like just stuck in bed like all day and stuff for like a while, and it's like so I definitely know how much it sucks, especially when you get sick at the most worst time, when something big is happening, and then it's like fuck, I can't do it now. Like I had to get sick at the worst time. I definitely know how that feels. That's not great. So I hope you get well. But yeah. So I put Frank there. Um who else is here? Uh okay, now there here is some heavy hitter here. David. Where am I gonna put David? Let's see. I will put David. Oh well, don't well, depending on what you're trying, uh don't try to rush it too bad. You might end up accidentally making yourself worse. That you definitely don't want. Um, who do we got? But yeah, I'll give David. Hmm. I'll put Yeah, I'll put David here. I'll put him around B tier here. I will say if it wasn't for David's uh for the potential of interactions that you can have with David in the original in Before the Storm, because obviously he has to be in Before the Storm because Chloe is the main character, so David has to be in the game. But if it wasn't for his the added stuff that you learn about him in Before the Storm and where he winds up in Life is Strange 2, at Karen's little hobo town that she lives in, um he would be, if it wasn't for all that, if I was just basing David off of Life is Strange 1 only, then David would have just been he would have been probably up to C tier, because uh he does kind of redeem himself, sort of, by the end of the original game. Not entirely, but he does kind of see the error of his ways, and he does kind of like wake up and stuff, and does try to make amends. So if it was just the original game, he'd be here. But taking in all his other appearances in Before the Storm and in Life is Strange 2, he shoots up much higher. Because you actually see, as far as Before the Storm goes, more of a reason why he's the way he is in the original game. And then as far as Life is Strange 2 goes, you see the character development that he went through in the original game and everything else make him better by Life is Strange 2. It does suck though that no matter what you choose, David ends up in the hobo town anyway. So it's either Joyce is dead by the storm and he's in the hobo town, or Joyce is alive but she couldn't deal with the grief of Chloe being dead, and they ended up breaking up because of Joyce not being able to deal with Chloe's passing, pretty much. So kind of sucks that he doesn't get an entirely like happy end for his for the positive like development and stuff that he gets by the end. So that's kind of disappointing. But yeah. Cause I could kind of see David's thing as far as being a war veteran and dealing with like PTSD and things like that, because like my best friend is a veteran who has like gone to like Middle East and stuff and has seen conflict and stuff, and has like thankfully uh he's come back and he has had like no missing limbs or anything like that, but you know, you still like psychologically like have like, you know, still those like scars and stuff, like mentally and stuff, and that it's a lot to deal with and things like that, and seeing how he deals with it, and the stress and stuff that comes with it and stuff. So I can see where like David's stuff is coming from, but like obviously my friend doesn't deal with it in the same didn't deal with it in the same way that David does. Like he's way more positive on how he deals with that stuff, but I could see where David would take the more negative road in how he like deals with it. So um let's see. And then we have since we were talking about David, let's just knock Joyce out the way. Oh, excuse me. I will put. I know, right? I'm surprised I'm still going this long. Um, um, I'll put Joyce. Where am I putting Joyce? She's definitely higher than David is. Uh, I'll put her. Hmm. I'll put her right below William. I'll put Joyce right below William. Like uh she tries. She tries very hard. Just like Chloe, she has suffered a lot of loss and stuff. Because obviously, losing William isn't just Chloe that's affected. Obviously, Joyce is going to be affected because that's her husband. Um, my my main problem with Joyce is she she is very selfish in in finding happiness for herself and not seeing how that's affecting Chloe, because uh, without because I don't know if she realizes it or she just doesn't care or she's just very blind to it, but her trying to get over like William's death by having the relationship she has with like David and stuff like that. She's sacrificing her daughter's happiness, Chloe's happiness, and the attention that Chloe needs, and just pretty much giving it to David. Because she, especially if you do, um, if you're Max and you're hiding in the closet, if you stay hidden in the closet when David is trying to get into Chloe's room, um, if you stay in the closet and you let them have their like argument, when David uh, backhands Chloe and smacks her in the face, if you let that go, if you let that stay, Joyce brings it up later, and she's really dismissive about it. Like she acknowledges it, she acknowledges that it happens, but she makes excuses for David about it, which I don't agree with. Like at the end of the day, David may be the stepfather. He may be the stepfather, but at the end of the day, that is still not your child. That is still not your kid. So there are certain boundaries that you still need to be aware of, and there are certain lines that you should not be crossing. And it doesn't matter if Joyce is giving you permission to like do anything. At the end of the day, you need to be fully conscious of what you should and shouldn't be doing. So there's that. Like that's the biggest thing with Joyce that's an issue for me is that she's really selfish with getting her happiness and not properly dealing with Chloe and what Chloe needs. Like that's the big issue I have with Joyce. But but luckily for that doesn't mean that she deserves to die or anything like that. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, I am wearing this shirt. So at the end of the day, we do know what side of the fence I'm sitting on. But yeah. Who else do we got here? Let me see. We'll go through two more. We'll go through two more people, and then call it a day, and then we'll pick this up in the next video. So we'll finish off big with, well, not big, but we'll finish off with two better what do you mean by that? Dude, I don't know what you mean by that one. Is it because of what I said about David and Joyce? Oh. uh. Yeah, cause for me, it's getting cause for me it's getting cause if I keep going at this rate, I'm gonna be here literally all night. cause where I'm at, it's like nighttime. So I'll be here all night if I keep going. So, but but yeah. But in any case, we'll wrap up because we'll wrap up this part with the wit two. Well, even though you can watch all night, at the end of the day, I need to give my voice some break, and eventually I'll probably end up passing out and smacking my head on the keyboard at this point if I keep going. So, but in any case, we'll wrap up with these last two characters, and then we'll pick up the rest in the next. I won't say the rest, but we'll continue in the next video. But for now, we'll go with uh, Queen Queen Mean Girl herself, the one and only Victoria Chase. So where are we going to put Victoria Chase on this list? Or where am I going to put her on this list? Oh, F. Oh. I kind of figured that would be everyone's reactions. Okay. I will give Victoria because I do have her separated here, right? Yeah, I do. Okay. Okay, so I feel more comfortable now. So I'll give this Victoria. I'll give this Victoria a. I'll give her. I'll put her in C. Because yes, if you if you are nice to her overall, and she becomes like way more too high even for her. If you are nice to her and kind of like as I would say, like kill her with kindness, if you are able to do that, she does have overall positive development that does come uh, come by the end. Um, and also, shockingly, I don't know if you know any of this, but do you know that she is at Chloe's funeral? You do know that that Victoria is at Chloe's funeral, right? Yep. She is at Chloe's funeral. here's the list of people that are at Chloe's funeral. If you do the sacrifice Chloe ending, we obviously the obvious people. The obvious people uh is David, Joyce, Max, Kate, Warren. Those are the obvious people that the game like really focuses on. But if you when they do the long shots and you see the other side, you will see extra people there. You'll see Principal Wells. Principal Wells is there. Frank and Pompidou are by the tree, so you see them there. So they're there. Uh, Dana is there with her I believe with Zach, whoever her boyfriend is by the end of the game. Dana is with him there. And who else is there? I think you know what? Where's YouTube at? Because I know Victoria is very easy to miss in that scene because she's all the way in the back. She's very easy to miss. There we go. Sacrifice Chloe ending. Where's okay. Okay, we have this muted too. So let's zoom in a little bit. So that way there's no copyrighted music that screws me over here. Okay, so we skip this because I don't want to start crying immensely on screen right now. I already did that when I played through the game myself on screen. But yeah, watch this scene very closely. So you see the people walking to Chloe's funeral here. So this is Warren. This is the back of Warren's head. This is Justin, I believe, the Chloe's like weed smoking friend. This is Victoria here. This is the back of her head here. Because now you see Principal Wells right here. And this is obviously Kate right here. And then obviously David and Joyce right in front here. And then you see, what was it? Let's see. Run it back a little bit. And then you see when they start panning up, you see the top of, what was it, Dana. There's Dana here and her boyfriend right here. I forget whichever his name is. Zachary, Travis, whatever his name is. Not important. But you see them there. And then we pan over here. I'm trying not to miss too much here. Because then we have... Okay, so then we have this shot where you can obviously see Kate and Warren here. And Principal Wells right here. So you see them three. So that's pretty obvious. And then obviously David and Joyce here. And then you see bringing up the rear. I believe this is Dana's boyfriend. And then you see Dana here. I know the image gets a little fuzzy when I start. Every time I see the fucking casket. Oh, dear Lord. Uh, get my. Good thing I have tissues here. We got a fucking little tissue here. Okay. And I'm not even listening to the fucking music, and the music is worse. Listening to it with full music and everything is even worse. But yeah, so you see them obviously here. And then we got the wide shot here. And then we see all the usual people here. Here's Principal Wells. Here's Dana and her boyfriend. I believe if you see towards the end here, there's someone standing over here. I believe this is Victoria here. You kind of can't see her because the tree is kind of in her way. So you can't see her head. There is a good shot where you can see her face. Okay, so you see her here. There's the back of her right here. You see the kind of the side of her face. A little bit there. And then there, you see her plainly right here. Like you see the front of her right here. So you get a very clear shot in this shot here with Principal Wells, Dana, Dana's boyfriend, Justin, and Victoria. I'm trying very hard not to like, I'm singing the song in my head right now. This fucking Spanish Sahara just playing in my head. I don't even need to watch. I don't even need to be playing the music in the background with the ending. And then we get another good shot of Victoria right here. And then obviously overhead shot, you see her there, and then obviously the blue butterfly coming in. And we already know who the blue butterfly represents. And then we're pretty much done with Mac's nice little smile. So there you go. So yeah. So yeah, that kind of improves so that kind of improves Victoria's standing even more. No. Well, it was believe me, it was worse when I was playing through the game. It was way worse. If I'm playing through the game and I'm sitting and watching it and the music and everything and I'm listening to everything all happening, the ending gets me every single time. Just listening to the song is enough to just, like, I could just play back the ending just by hearing the song. Like, I can't even listen to the song without the ending just playing in my head. I can't. But yeah, so this game is sad for no reason. Oh no, the main reason is is the time travel thing. It's the whole consequence of your powers and the powers not having like the whole thing of like you can't change like destiny pretty much. Like you can't change events. That certain events happen for a reason, and if you change them, uh potentially like worse things and stuff can happen. That's the whole point of the William thing. It's like, okay, you save William, but what's the consequence of that? Chloe is the one that ends up in the car accident. Like, yeah, she doesn't end up dead, but she ends up like paralyzed from the neck down. So it's like at the end of the day, it's like wouldn't in that situation wouldn't being dead worse? I mean, being dead be preferred than just being paralyzed from the neck down and just living that way. That's the whole reason why Chloe asks you to give her the overdose in that scene, but 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 yeah, that's also why Chloe keeps dying during the course of the game, is because she even says it by the end of the game that it seems like it's her destiny to pretty much uh die, because you have the train incident that you save her from. You have when you're doing the gun testing in the junkyard, Chloe could potentially like shoot herself depending on what you're telling her, so she could die there. Uh, you're obviously the Jefferson thing when she gets blatantly shot in the head. Uh, the the paralyzed thing if you do choose to give her an overdose. You also have when Max is in San Francisco and the storm is happening when she's not in Arcadia Bay, and she's on the phone with Chloe. It's presumed that when the phone cuts off, that she probably got sucked up into the tornado and pretty much died. So it's like, so the game is constantly like telling you that like you can't change her fate pretty much. So that's the whole point, like the point of the game. And well, that's outside the fact of like everything that happens with Rachel and like all that stuff, and with Kate and all that stuff. So it's like the game has its reasons for being sad. Like, yeah, the game is sad, but there is a lot of because when I talk to a lot of Life is Strange fans, and with some conventions and stuff that I've been to where they do like Life is Strange like events and things, most of what the fan base really like talks about mostly is like all the like positive like happy moments, like the pool scene, the trying on Rachel's clothes with the Chloe kissing there, the the train tracks when they're walking along the train tracks and stuff. Like it's there's a lot of the more positive moments is what I see the fan base really like uh talks about. And that's not just the first game. That's the that's a majority of like all the Life is Strange games. Like even before the storm, a lot of people mostly like talk about like all the really positive like moments, like all the Rachel and Chloe scenes. Like all of those scenes are amazing. Like all of that is great. Like there's a reason there's a reason why this tier list is the way it is here. There's a reason why Before the Storm is is highly up here the way it is. There's a reason for that. So and cuz even though Before the Storm is only 3 episodes, I wish Before the Storm was longer. I wish they had the full 5 episodes. I really wish they did. Because they could have done so much more with the game. Especially when you take into consider that that Before the Storm did have a lot of cut content, because there is a lot of cut voice lines and stuff. If you do like data mining into Before the Storm, you will find that there is a lot of cut like voice lines and like scenes that were supposed to be in the game. There's technically even cut characters like that had like voice lines that were recorded for the game, but they all got cut before their character models and stuff were actually put into the game. Like Taylor, like Taylor here, she was supposed to be in Before the Storm. She's supposed to be in it, and she actually has dialogue that was recorded for the game, but they cut it for the game. But they cut her, so she's not even in the game. But if you do data mining, you can hear her voice lines, uh, which is pretty much like dialogue between her and Chloe, like conversations that they're both having with each other. So there's a lot of different things there that were cut from Before the Storm that I wish if they would have had at least like maybe one more episode, they could have squeezed out like more stuff there. Um, but for what the game is, the because the main reason this is this high is because of the relationship between between Chloe and Rachel. Because if this relationship, if the Chloe and Rachel chemistry in Before the Storm did not work, if that did not work, the entire game falls apart. The entire thing just falls apart completely. But they were able to nail that like so well. So without that, the entire game falls apart. Like yeah, there is an overall antagonist. There is like a bad guy and stuff in Before the Storm. Like there is something to cause problems and stuff within the game. but a lot of that stuff is not entirely like big in the grand scheme of things. Like because some of the villains and the antagonists in Before the Storm are on this list. Like I haven't pointed them out yet or anything, but they're not really the focus. Like it's very obvious that in Before the Storm, they the all the attention of that game was getting the Chloe and Rachel relationship right. Was getting that right. And they just have an antagonist there kind of just to cause drama and problems for both Rachel and Chloe to like overcome. Like that's pretty much it. Like that's their purpose. Like the antagonists and stuff in Before the Storm are nothing really extremely memorable. They just serve the purpose to deepen the relationship between Rachel and Chloe. That's pretty much it. Like no big complex thing. But yeah. So and back to Victoria though. I'm more comfortable putting Victoria here in C tier because the fact that she's in uh at the funeral for Chloe does go to show that she actually cares about at the very least Max herself. So the fact that she's there is like, wow, she's really giving like emotional support to Max pretty much. So it's like it kind of brings that all her development more full circle. Even though as far as the Sacrifice Chloe ending goes, it doesn't really make extreme amount of sense because a lot of Victoria's character development doesn't really happen because Max kind of wipes it all out because Chloe is gone now, so everything that happened after that is pretty much like poofed away. So all those interactions with Victoria and everything with that, the dark room, all that stuff, none of that really happens to her. So I guess we can assume that seeing Max's grief and stuff over what happens with Chloe is kind of what makes Victoria kind of have a change of heart and kind of I guess become I guess kind of have an understanding with Max. I wouldn't say they're friends because we don't really see that, but hey, maybe they did, but we don't see it because of the montage. But in any case, but I will say, as a little tease, as far as Victoria goes, the comic book version, of Victoria, right here, this version is definitely going to be higher, though. She is definitely going to be way higher. How much higher? We'll see eventually. Once we get there. But yeah. Um, in any event, I will give. We'll move on to our last character of for this video, and that is Kate Marsh. So, where are we going to put Kate? What spot does Kate deserve to be in? Oh, okay. You know what? Fuck it. There you go. Our first S tier character. Hey, not gonna lie, I'm biased too. the, so, yeah, I'll put Kate as our first S tier character. She could keep Hot Dog Man company. She could probably write a children's book about Hot Dog Man. Because, hey, she wants to write a children's book, right? So she could write one about Hot Dog Man. That'd be fun. But yeah. I think it's pretty obvious why Kate is so high on the list. Uh, the only knock against Kate that I can give her is that she ships Max with Warren. Like, she's more trying to get Max together with Warren. Like, that's the only thing I can really hold against Kate is that she's cheerleading for Warren. That's the only thing I can really hold against her. But yeah, she's I really like her character. Diane Hutton did an amazing job playing Kate. She was really good. She's obviously immediately sympathetic from the very beginning. Like, come on, who doesn't know uh, who doesn't know who the average person who goes to school of any kind doesn't know what it's like to have like a bunch of bullies like constantly on you the whole time, like all the time. Like, as I said before, I can fully sympathize with Kate and being bullied. I wouldn't take it as far as Kate did. Like I wouldn't try to jump off a roof over it. But more so than the bullying, it's more so the video aspect and everything, and mostly more so the dark room incident is what mostly pushed Kate to do the roof option. So probably if it was just the bullying, then maybe she wouldn't have took it that far. But the constant nagging thing in the back of her head of trying to remember what happened like after the party and everything with the whole we come to find out the whole dark room thing that happened to her. Like that's more so what I feel is what drove her to attempt to do the suicide thing. So and the whole video with the whole making out and all that stuff, like, yeah, that was a part of the bullying thing, but more so for her, it was probably the fact that since all that happened, the whole dark room thing and all that happened within the same night, it's the video itself is more of a constant reminder of what she can't remember. So it's like constantly reminding her of, like, you don't know what happened to yourself. Like, you have no idea, and just constantly being on and on and on about it. But yeah, this is how we knew Kate was left a very big impression on the fan base, is because this is what originally what was supposed to happen with Kate was episode 2 happens, she either lives or dies, right? Whichever, right? If she lives, even if she lives, that was it. She wasn't supposed to show up again within the game. It was gonna be it. Like, that was it. She wasn't supposed... But because of how popular and stuff Kate got after episode 1 and 2, Don't Nod saw that and they were like, okay, we need to bring if people trying to save Kate was making me, yeah, because trying to prevent Kate from doing the suicide, you have to, well, one, you have to make the right choices when you're interacting with Kate. So obviously answering the phone call when she calls you, that's a big one. Sticking up for her when David is confronting her, that's another one that severely helps you. And telling her to go to the police when you're telling her when you're in her dorm room and giving her back her book and you're talking to her, if you telling her to go to the police and stuff, like supporting her idea to go to the police, also helps in that scene. Oh yeah. Lucky they had you there helping them then save Kate, because yeah, when I played Life is Strange originally, when I first played the game, keep in mind this is all the way back in 2016 when I first played the game. Cause I waited until the physical version of of Life is Strange came out on physical like disc. So I waited for that. And when I got that, that's when I played all the way through the game in one shot. Which I'm glad I did, because if I was playing it when each episode was coming out and I had to wait like 2 or 3 months to play the next episode, I would have Looney Tuned my way through my wall. Especially at the end of episode 3 and episode 4. I would have been like, I need to see where this goes. I need to see immediately. so so yeah, like I but Kate, as I was saying, Kate wasn't supposed to show up again, but because of how positive of a reception she was with the fan base, Don't Nod was like, okay, we need to, if people saved Kate, for the people that saved her, we need we need to bring her back and have her in a scene. Like we need some follow up scene for her, and that's why we get the hospital scene in episode 4. That's why we get that scene. Cause that scene was not supposed to. That was not supposed to be there. Kate was not supposed to show up again. But because of how positive it was, Don't Nod was like we need to put like a scene in here to wink to acknowledge the people that saved her and give them like a reward. Rude of them. Because originally they did not think that Kate was gonna be that uh, popular of a character. Like her only purpose, because her main purpose in the game was to add to the seriousness of the dark room and make a pattern of to give Jefferson more of a like a victim list, because the whole Rachel thing could have easily just been like, oh, this is just an unfortunate thing just for to happen to Rachel and that was it. But adding Kate to it, and later, like obviously Victoria being the next victim on the list and stuff, and seeing all the rest of the binders with the names on them, it adds to like, oh no, this is a more serious situation than we thought it was. So that was Kate's whole purpose within the story, as far as the main story goes. Because her situation seems a little disconnected from the main story with the whole investigating Rachel being missing. But then once you find out more about Kate's situation, it starts to loop back around and directly tie into the Rachel thing. But but yeah, I could see that that's like, okay, she's because she's supposed to just go off to just be in the hospital or something and just be gone. But because of the reception, Dotnod was like, okay, we're gonna use we're gonna have her show up again, and I really liked it. It wasn't a throwaway. It wasn't a throwaway scene of like, oh, I'm just gonna see you in the hospital and then that's it. It's like, no, there were substantial interactions. You got Victoria with the what was it, with the card and stuff that you could find in Kate's room, and acknowledgement of Kate being like, hey, even Victoria sent me like like a card and like stuff like that, and even Kate's like, I think she's like genuinely right, like remorseful and stuff like that. So it even adds to Victoria's like little like redemption arc that she could have towards the end. And then you have Chloe. Even Chloe gets character development from that, because before Max goes into Victoria's room, I mean Kate's room, before she goes into Kate's room, she Chloe does acknowledge how much of an asshole she was about Max not answering like Kate's phone call and stuff. And even Chloe, even you get like positive character development from Chloe, where Chloe becomes a better like character from that scene too. So it's like, it's a big positive change that they're like, yeah, we're gonna pack a lot of meaningful things into this Kate scene at the hospital. So it improves everybody. So I really like it, and it also makes me feel sad for everyone that wasn't successful in saving Kate, because they never get to because they don't get to experience that scene. So I feel sorry for all of them who don't get, all the people who didn't save Kate and was not able to experience the wholesomeness that was the hospital scene. And uh, the last thing that a little last little behind the scenes, fun behind the scenes tidbit to give, since we're talking about Kate's hospital scene. The hospital room, the entire hospital section that they used, that scene, that room was technically uh, reusing a ending that Dotnod scrapped, because technically, the original Life is Strange was going to have 3 endings to it. At the very least, it was going to have 3. And the hospital assets that they used for the Kate scene was reusing the ending that they decided not to do. And if you know what the scrapped ending was supposed to be. Cause it was technically supposed to be this I'm because the only remaining evidence of the scrapped ending is this piece of concept art. Because it's a piece of concept art that they had of the ending. Where is it? Chloe and Max Haas. Okay. Let me see what I get out of this. Images. Oh, here it is. Thank you. Immediately. Let me see if dang, how big can this be? Here it is. You see this? You see this? This is the scrapped ending. This was gonna be the third ending. Where depending on certain choices that you made, Chloe can technically survive Nathan shooting her in the bathroom, and instead of her being dead, Chloe is instead in a coma in the hospital. And this was supposed to be the third ending. And this is the only evidence that remains of that ending is this concept art. Because this is what the ending was what it was supposed to be is you know, this concept art of Max visiting Chloe in the hospital. So obviously Chloe is in a coma, so she has no idea Max is even there. But it was the possibility of Chloe maybe waking up at some point. Like maybe she would wake up from the coma at some point. So it was one of those things where, because if you look at this room, it's very similar. Because this room is very similar to how Kate's room is in the final game. So, because you could see similar balloons, you could see some similar flowers and the stuffed bear and everything, and the little bears and stuff. So it's very obvious that by the time they made the decision to scrap this ending, they already had some of the assets already done, or maybe the assets were like almost done, and they probably weren't even going to use it. But then when the Kate thing, when the reception for Kate came in, and so many people really liked her, they were like, you know what? We have these hospital assets that we were going to use in this ending, but since we're not going to do the ending anymore, we could just reuse these and make the and do the Kate thing. It should have made another asset for the room. And keep the ending. Well, because they've gone in, because they've talked about it, like the directors of the original Life is Strange, what was it, Michelle and Jean, they talked about this ending and why they scrapped it, and they very, I understand why they immediately they point blank said they scrapped the ending because they felt like they were not committing to one ending or the other. Like they felt that this ending was more of a cop out. Like they felt like they weren't committing one way or the other. That they were running away from fully committing on an ending. So that's why they got rid of this. That's why they got rid of this ending, because they they were like there's they were like, we need to commit. We need to commit to one thing. So either you lose the town and everyone in it, or you lose Chloe. So it's the trolley problem. If you ever heard of the trolley problem, where you have ironically a train, and then you have a bunch of people tied on one end of the one tracks. Uh, the answer to your question, can you read this shirt? I think that answers your question. I think the shirt says it all. But when I originally played the game, when I originally played the game back in 2016, in my very first playthrough, I sacrificed the town. Yeah, in my very first playthrough, I sacrificed the town. Because I had no hesitation sacrificing the town. Mainly because, let's be honest, a lot of people in Arcadia Bay are kind of shit and assholes. and most of the people I even cared about in the original game, I pretty much saved them already. As you should. Hashtag save Chloe. Oh, that's a good one. But yeah, because most of the people that I cared about in Arcadia Bay, I pretty much saved them. Like, I did save them. Alyssa I saved, so Alyssa got saved. Uh, Kate I saved. She's in the hospital. Plus, we don't really know where the hospital is in Arcadia Bay. So potentially she most likely survived, because we don't really see where the hospital is. So she's most likely alive. I we saved Victoria from the dark room. So she survives because she's in the dark room when the technically Kate was already saved by Jesus. uh, well, remember, Max was Kate's guardian angel. So but yeah. So there's that. The only people I really feel sorry for dying in the storm would Joyce was the reason I saved the bay. I like Joyce more than Chloe. Oh, well. I this this is this is also why I think it was the correct decision that Don't Nod, Michelle, and Jean decided not to go with this ending, with going with Chloe being in a coma. So this is the discussion, is why Don't Nod didn't go with this. Because if Don't Nod went with this ending, with Chloe being in with Chloe being in a coma, then you didn't really sacrifice anything by the end of the game. So it would become like an easy choice. Like, yeah, Chloe's in a coma, but at the end of the day, she's still alive, and the town is fine, and everyone's like alive. But the fact that they didn't go with this ending, and we got the two endings that we did, with as we always say, you either choose Bay or Bay. This is why we have these like back and forth like discussions and stuff like that. This is what they wanted, because if we had this ending, we wouldn't have these discussions. Like, this discussion wouldn't even be a thing, like, at all. So I would so I'm overall glad that Don't Nod didn't go with this. But if this is a hypothetical here, I don't know if any of you who chose Babe versus Babe. I don't know. That is interesting. Here's my thinking, right? You spend 20 hours saving Chloe repeatedly, only to sacrifice her at the end? Nah, couldn't be me. It's like Gears of War 2. You spend the entire game trying to save the city, only to sink it at the end. I hated... well, that was my rationale at the end of the original game, was when I got to the choice of Bay or Bay. My head, I was like, okay, the game is clearly at this point is trying to get you to sacrifice Chloe. Even Chloe herself is kind of telling you to do it. Is kind of, even Chloe is kind of telling you to sacrifice herself. But to me, I was like, you know, if it's Chloe's destiny to die in that stinky bathroom, Chloe was telling me to do it, and I'm like, yep, no problem, friend. But I was pretty much like no. I was like, no, fuck Destiny. Like, fuck whatever Destiny or whatever force is constantly trying to kill her. Because for whatever reason, the world just has it in for her and is just like, you know, fuck this girl. She cannot have anything happy in her life. Like, nothing can be happy for her. She has a nice dad. That gets fucked over. She has a nice dad. That gets fucked over. She has a nice girlfriend with Rachel, and then that gets fucked over. And then it's like, her best friend finally comes back into her life. They reconnect. She, depending on where you go, she can get a new girlfriend with Max, but you're gonna erase all that, and then she's going to die on that bathroom floor, pretty much believing that that Max never gave a shit about her, came back and never really like acknowledged her and all that stuff. So, um, hold on. Hold on. Y'all wrote a lot of stuff here, and I'm trying to catch up on some of the stuff y'all wrote here. Hold on. Okay. Uh, but yeah, yes. If you're considering the comics, if you're considering the comics, yes. Uh, then the comics go with the Chloe ending. So Chloe is still around and all that stuff. Like that does happen. And I do recommend the comics. If you haven't read the comics are amazing. Yeah, at the end of the day, this is the conversation that Don't Not wanted. Is they wanted the player themselves to choose one ending over the other, and then that's the ending you choose. Like that's the ending you go with. And the ending makes sense no matter which way you go. Each ending works no matter where you go, because the whole game has arguments for both endings. If you take the whole game into account, both endings uh, have their points, like both of them. But yeah. As far as cause hold on, I'm trying to catch up to everything that's being said here. But as far as Steph, cause the but yeah, there is no wrong answer, cause as you cause you have cause if you go with the Chloe ending, then you have the comic books. Then you have the comics. You have hold on. Where is it? Ugh. You have these wonderful masterpieces to go with if you want the Chloe ending. So you have these. So you have these, and you can go with these. And if you want, but if you don't like the comics, uh, but if you don't want to read, but you want another game, and depending on which choice you want to go with, you have this. You have this if you want it. So So if you don't want, so if you don't want to read, you have double exposure right there if you want it. But I don't want that. uh, but here's the thing. Um uh cuz Chloe is a very Chloe is a very complicated Chloe is a complicated character because there's a lot because most people that I've run into when they talk about Chloe take Chloe at face value. Like they take her at face value. But uh but yeah, but uh but yeah, Chloe's a complicated character. She is, which is what I like about her. Yes, I did, and I did like and retweet all the acknowledgments of Kate's birthday. So I was definitely on that, and I fully supported all the birthday wishes for Kate. So so definitely knew about that. but uh but yeah. Oh yeah. Like I'm not saying Chloe isn't a hot mess. The fact that she's a hot mess is what also makes her complicated. Cuz a lot of people want to, like, is Chloe mean to Max? Yes. Right out of the gate, yes, because there's a lot of abandonment, because Chloe's dealing with a lot of abandonment issues. There's a lot of abandonment issues that Chloe is dealing with. She lost her dad in a car accident. Her mother is technically there, but she's giving all her attention to David. So even though Joyce is there, she kind of has abandoned Chloe in a sense, and that's pretty much how Chloe, feels about that. You have Max who moved away right after William died. Also, if you take Before the Storm into account, there's even more justification as to why she's really pissed at Max. So, um, yes, it, cause that's what's the, uh, cause even with, cause even in the comics, Chloe is even better. The the problem with double exposure, the problem with double exposure, with how they handled Chloe is they didn't handle they didn't really handle the breakup uh very well. like at all. Like one, it happens off screen, so we never really see it happen. And the reasons for the breakup are also don't make sense, like at all. Like double exposure has a lot of inconsistencies that don't make sense with the characterizations of certain characters. Chloe is a big one. Like how Chloe is portrayed as far as the letter that she gives Max doesn't really make sense. So uh did you here's the thing. Did you did you get past are you still in the first episode of Double Exposure? Because if you're in the first episode of Double Exposure, they address the breakup already in that first episode. Because if you're in the first episode, they already addressed it. Yeah, there is that. That's the more obvious thing. Is for some reason in the back of Chloe's mind, like she's always like apparently thinking that Max is using her rewind powers all the time, which which is also stupid because during the last half of the original game, if you remember the last half of the original game, Chloe is very, very, very adamant that Max isn't using her powers so much. Like she's always telling Max like I hope you're not using your powers. Like she's always like telling her like once it becomes very obvious to Chloe that Max's powers is affecting like Max, like causing the nosebleeds, the passing out stuff, and all that stuff. Like, like she's very on top of Max of not like using her powers and stuff. So the fact that she's like that uh, by the second half of the original game, and then all of a sudden she's like really paranoid about it is kind of weird. Like that doesn't make sense. Um, and it's also implied that she kind of resents Max for sacrificing the town and killing as far as Chloe's concerned, like killing Joyce, which also kind of doesn't make sense because Chloe already knew that. Uh, but as I said, that doesn't the so Chloe kind of because as far as double exposure goes, Chloe kind of resented Max uh, for sacrificing the town and killing Joyce, because when Max uh, looks at Joyce's picture, she says that Chloe never looked at Max the same after she found out that Joyce died, which doesn't really make sense because but yeah, that's the guilt. That's Max's guilt, I get. But her commenting that Chloe feels that way was my issue because Chloe, by the end of the original game, she has already accepted the possibility that Joyce was gonna die. Like, she blatantly states it. So the fact that for whatever reason Chloe apparently forgot that Joyce is most likely going to die in the storm and then just now wants to that just now wants to assume that that Chloe I mean that Joyce is like dead now and all that stuff is like, it's like, what? Like, I don't, it's it's a very bad it's a very bad but yeah, but the whole point is that Chloe has kind of that we already established that Chloe was already accepting of it. Chloe accepted the choice because at the end of the game, if you choose to sacrifice the Bay, who is the only one that is watching the entire the tornado tear apart the whole town? Who's the only one that's watching the whole thing? Chloe is the only one that's watching. As soon as the tornado starts getting close to the town and starts ripping up everything, Max immediately turns her head and buries her head into Chloe's shoulder. But Chloe is staring at the town and watching everything happen. So Chloe is the only one that has fully accepted that choice. Max is the one that is still in denial and doesn't want to face the choice that she made. Chloe is the only one that's facing that choice. Well, it helps the fact that I've played this game, that I played the original game like a lot, and uh and I've I've played and I've gotten like other friends of mine to play the game, and I've sat down with them and watched them as they played and seeing like their reactions and what they think about the game and stuff like that. So I've had like these back and forth discussions about like thinking more deeply about what's happening and what happened in the game, because a lot of people just take this stuff at face value, but they don't look like deeper. There's a lot of threads and symbolism and visual storytelling that is peppered out there that you have to think about. And it's like there's a reason why over 10 years later this game still gets the attention that it does, that it still gets the debating over the ending that it still does, and why no matter whether you love Chloe or you hate Chloe, Chloe is still a major point of conversation with it about the game entirely. Like there are so many people that have written, that have made like videos about how much they don't like Chloe, what they don't like about Chloe and stuff like that. And I watch those videos and I listen to everything they say. I look at the examples that they show, right? The scenes that they play. But at the same time I'm like, you know that this is a choice-based game. So you're only looking at certain choices, but you're not going back and choosing different things and getting different perspectives and different angles on different choices. Because Chloe can be a 100% like bitch if you want her to be. Like if you treat her that way and stuff, that is how she's going to be, that how she's going to treat you. Like there's a lot of stuff there. Like for instance, I don't know if you ever thought about this scene. I don't know if you ever thought about this scene the same way that maybe I did. You know when Max has Rachel's clothes on in episode 3, right? When she's wearing Rachel's clothes during the last half of episode 3. When you do the Frank going into Frank's RV and then finding out the Frank and Rachel connection and all that stuff with the pictures and the letter and all that stuff, and Chloe starts like getting really pissed off and starts like yelling at Max and starts like going on her like downward spiral type of thing when she starts doing that. Have you ever thought that the main reason why she's lashing out at Max so hard in that scene is because she's wearing Rachel's clothes and Max is technically a proxy for Chloe to yell at Rachel? Oh, okay. Okay, good. I'm not the only one. Cuz when I explain that to certain people, it's almost like they have a come to Jesus moment and they're like, I never really thought of that. So it's like, so how I saw it was how that's exactly how I saw it was Chloe is not entirely like yelling at Max. She's projecting Rachel onto Max because she is wearing Rachel's clothes. Yes, that is pretty much the physical example of the fact of Max wearing Rachel's clothes. Um, Also, a little tidbit for also before the storm is the clothes that Max is wearing is very similar to the clothes that Rachel wears in Before the Storm when Rachel and Chloe finally have their kissing moment, their big intimate kissing moment. Rachel is wearing those very similar clothes. Cause at the very least, Rachel is at the very least wearing the red and black flannel shirt. Like that part of the outfit is pretty much the same. So even before the storm gives gives uh even more layers to some of the other stuff. Like Chloe's blue hair. Even Chloe's blue hair is a reference to two things. It's uh it's the Captain Bluebeard thing of Chloe and Max when they're kids and they're playing like pirates and stuff. So it's a reference to Chloe's pirate name, and it's a reference to the blue to the blue to the blue feather that Rachel wears on the earring. Yes, yes, exactly. Cause so it's the same. It's the same, and it's something. Yeah, it's something that, but yet again, it's something that doesn't that the characters don't tell you. It's one of those things that you have to that you look into if you're paying attention and you make the connections are there. Like Chloe doesn't there doesn't need to be a scene of Chloe blatantly like telling Max, "Oh, the reason I got blue hair is because it's the same color as Rachel's earring. It's a reference to us, the Captain Bluebeard name when we were playing pirates." Like Chloe doesn't need to say that, like at all. Like it's one of those things where people don't. So there's a lot of people that don't appreciate good visual storytelling. Visual storytelling is very hard to pull off because let's be honest, a lot of people just want to be told what things mean, and they don't want to use critical thinking to figure things out for themselves. But yeah, that's cause the whole comparison that I'm making with Rachel's clothes in Before the Storm and then the clothes that Max wears in Max wears, like obviously Before the Storm was made after the original game. So obviously it was Deck 9 intended intended Rachel's outfit to be similar to that outfit and to give that outfit some more meaning to it. Because as I said, the Rachel's wearing that outfit when Chloe and when Chloe and Rachel have their kissing scene. That's the outfit that Rachel's wearing. Rachel's wearing a similar outfit to that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No problem, no problem. Have a good night. uh, but yeah, but yeah, uh, I appreciate that that you went to school for film and video games and stuff. I appreciate all that. Hopefully if you pursue, you know, trying to, do a movie or like make a game or whatnot, hopefully you can, actually, do that. And hopefully if you actually do, maybe I'll actually be able to see it or play it and whatnot. But these are the type of discussions that I really like to have with anything. Like it's not just a game. I do the same thing when it comes to like movies and stuff. Like obviously you're always gonna have the video game or the movie that's just what it is at face value. You're always gonna have that. You're always gonna have like the brain dead movie that you're just supposed to turn your brain off and watch, or you're just gonna turn your brain off and just play the game and enjoy it. Like you're always gonna have that, but the games and the movies and the things that I like really enjoy are always the ones that dig deeper, that you could get a lot more out of. Cause played um because I've played everything in this franchise and stuff. I've played it all. I've read I've played all the games. I've read I've read all the comics. I've read all the books. Um, even the novels. I've read the novels, and I'm sure I'm going to read the new novel that's coming that they announced is being made. I'm most likely gonna read that too when it comes out. So I'm all in. I'm all in the 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 game. But okay, we'll just uh. Oop, wait. Where is it? Okay. We'll just. Yeah, they're doing. Whoops. That's not what I want. They're doing a. Whoops. They're doing. I believe it's. Did you play? Um. You played True Colors, right? Because if you play True Colors, it is it's Izzy. Oh, okay. Okay, so you did play True Colors. It's about Izzy. If you remember, Izzy was Steph's trans girlfriend that she had, that she was in the band with, and she broke up. Yeah, and she broke up with her when Steph decided to stay in Haven and whatnot. Um, it's following up. It's following up that thing. So it's Izzy after the Steph breakup, and how she's like doing her own band and stuff like that. So that's pretty much the synopsis the premise that they gave on what the novel is going to be about. So I'm interested to see how they do it. The the big thing about it too is that it's well, I don't know if Steph is gonna be in the book because as I said, the story is meant to take place um after Izzy and Steph has broken up already. So it's more so seems like it's supposed to be like Izzy is the main character of the book and we're following like her thing. But yeah, the 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 interesting thing, because I do have the books like right here. Um, but the interesting thing though is the new novel is being written is being written by the same author that did the Steph Story novel. So it's being written by the same author. She's writing the new novel. uh, they're on my shelf of shame. I need to read them. Technically, you can listen to them because if you have Audible, uh, each of those novels, Steph's Story and Heat Waves, they have audiobooks for them. So you could buy the audiobook and actually listen to them. which is really cool. I do recommend listening to them. Also, like you could listen to it and like read along, which I recommend doing, like doing the audiobook, because for Steph's story, the audiobook is actually read by Katie Benz. So Steph herself is reading you her novel, which is really cool because she's playing Steph the whole time she's doing the audiobook. So it's like Steph is like narrating the novel, and yeah, it's really really fun. I did cuz I did a live stream where I live streamed the audiobooks. Like I live streamed both novels, and I had the audiobook playing and stuff, and I was like commenting, like stop, like pausing and commenting, like as the story was going on, and talking about it and giving perspective and stuff as we were going on. And Katie Benz actually saw like that I was doing uh the audiobook, and she like tweeted and commented about it, and I was literally like awestruck because I was like, I did not think that she was going to see that I was doing this at all. Like I had no idea she was gonna do that. And I literally and afterwards I did have to like write a I did have to tweet her back. I did tweet her back, and and I kind of feel bad because I wrote her back a really like sweet like uh a sweet acknowledgement, pretty much, you know, like I appreciate that she saw it. I didn't think you would even like see it, to be honest, and like stuff like that. And I pretty much commented on how much I appreciate what she does for the Life is Strange community. Like at like the fact that she goes through so much to bring the other voice actors and stuff to the community, so that way the community can interact and meet like the other voice actors and stuff and all that stuff. Telling her how much I appreciate like how much work she does to do all that for everybody. And she responded to my tweet, and I feel bad because she was telling me like how much she appreciates like what I said, but she was also like she was saying like I was gonna, like you had me like almost crying and stuff with what you said, and I was like, oh, now you're making me feel bad because I didn't intend to make you to want you to cry over it. Like I was just, you know, relaying like my appreciation and stuff. But I guess she was not prepared for how genuine I responded to her, I guess. Yeah, she's it's really fun because uh when you meet, well, not meet, because I would love to meet Katie Benz, but I haven't had the opportunity to actually do that. Now that they're doing more conventions and stuff, hopefully I'll be able to go at a convention that they're at. But when you see like certain characters and stuff that you really like certain people that that play certain characters that you like and things like that. And when you like see how genuine like these people are and how like genuinely nice they are and how much they actually care, it's like it's like you you're like it makes you like really like the fact that you really like this character and stuff like as much. It's like, oh, the real person behind the character is just as awesome or if not more awesome than the character that you grew attached to them with. Cause more often than not, sometimes people that play certain characters and stuff that we all like grow to love and appreciate. Sometimes these people can be like real assholes, and they're like not so great of people in real life. So I always genuinely like want to appreciate uh when you get the people that are actually like the good ones. Yes, exactly. So it really helps. But yeah. And as far as heat waves go, uh since Heat Waves is a novel that takes place after True Colors, it is, and specifically, it takes place after the, yeah, uh, but yeah, after the Steph and Alex relationship. So Heat Waves goes with the Steph and Alex pairing. So that's where Heat Waves go, and the audiobook for Heat Waves has, ooh, excuse me, has Erica Mori, who does the voice of Alex. She does the audiobook for Heat Waves too. So yet again, you have Alex reading you the novel and acting in the novel. Because she's pretty much acting like Alex the whole time she's reading it to you. Which is really funny when Erica Mori tries to do her best Steph impression. Hearing Erica Mori try to sound like Steph when she's reading the novel is so funny. Cause I love her Steph impression. It's like, oh, she's doing a pretty good job of like trying to sound like Steph. It's pretty funny. But yeah, it's it's all on my it's all on my YouTube. My YouTube channel has all my past streams. All my past streams are all on the has my YouTube channel has all my past streams on it. So I've streamed all the Life is Strange games. All of them I've streamed. The novels I've streamed. The comics I've streamed. I literally streamed everything. this tier list, this big tier list here that I've been doing for like a while. Yeah, I've done other games and stuff outside of Life is Strange. I've done other stuff. Uh I started I started my whole streaming thing. My whole streaming thing and everything started with Life is Strange. This was the first stream. The first stream that I did was Life is Strange. So this whole journey started with this game. Cause for an even funner a fun little tidbit. I started streaming in January. I started streaming in January, right? And uh I started streaming in January, and I specifically was uh wanted to stream. My motivation for streaming was because the 10th anniversary of episode 1 of Life is Strange was coming up. And I've been wanting to do streaming for like a while. So last year, I pretty much got like a bunch of equipment and stuff, like capture cards, microphone, all that stuff. A new laptop to be able to stream effectively and everything. I got all of that pretty much last year, and was pretty much like teaching myself how to try to do like certain things, right? Because I wanted to prepare for January. Because I was like, I need to do it for the anniversary. Because I wanted to do it that badly. And what I ended up doing when I streamed, I was when you see the early streams, you can definitely tell I'm like very nervous and kind of just going with the flow and stuff. But I started with Before the Storm. Cuz what I ended up doing was like, okay, I'm going to do everything. Oh, okay, cool. That's cool. I cuz I was going in cuz I was going in chronological order. Because I was like, okay, I'm going to stream, but I want to stream it in chronological order. So what I ended up doing was like, okay, the anniversary is in. Oh yeah, I definitely feel you. I'm learning like every day. But but yeah, I I was like I was like, okay, the anniversary is in 3 days. The anniversary was in 3 days, right? Cuz when was it? When's the cuz the first episode came out uh when did uh the first episode of Life is Strange came out? It was January, but I know it was late January. There you go, January 30th. So I gave myself uh, that I needed everything set up by January 30th, and I need to play the first episode of Life is Strange. I needed to play on January 30th. So what I ended up doing was like, okay, since I'm doing it in chronological order, I'm going to start with Before the Storm, and I'm going to do 3 episodes. Since Before the Storm is 3 episodes, I'm gonna start 3 days early. I'm going to start 3 days early, and I'm going to do each episode of Before the Storm in those 3 days, and then immediately on the 30th, I immediately start the first episode of the original Life is Strange. And that's pretty much how I planned it out. And what I ended up doing was my first stream was a pretty big stream. The first the first stream was pretty big because since the farewell DLC was so short. Since the farewell DLC, you could pretty much finish it within like, I don't know, an hour. Especially if you know what you're doing, you could finish the farewell DLC like in an hour. I ended up playing the farewell DLC first, right? I played that first, and within the same stream, I immediately played the first episode of Before the Storm immediately after finishing the farewell episode. So my first stream was literally like, I think it added up to like 6 hours or something of playing, of doing the farewell episode and then the first episode of Before the Storm, right, one after the other. Mainly because I was like, yeah, cause I was like, if I do the farewell episode and just do that stream, then that stream is only gonna be like, it's only gonna be like an hour or so. Like, it's gonna be real quick. So so I was like no, I need to do, for the first stream, I need it to be like a little longer than that. So I was like, you know what? Just do the first episode and the farewell DLC one after the other. Just do it both in one big stream. And I was like, all right, that's what I'm gonna do. And it was fine. Well, I for me it went fine. Like, even though I was really nervous, the fact that I started with Life is Strange gave me uh comfortability. It gave me comfort because I was able to lose myself in the game, lock into the game, talk about the game, and it gave me it made me more comfortable with like talking on camera and talking to people on camera and doing all this. It made me more comfortable. So I really like that. I chose to start with this, with Life is Strange, because it helped give me comfort to do this, because I didn't have to, because it wasn't like an action game or anything, so I didn't have to like worry about like, oh, getting good or something, or like doing all that. Oh yeah, like the the original Life is Strange, the original Life is Strange, because uh, I've even told like a lot of fans and stuff that I've talked to, and I've even told the directors, the director and the writer of Double Exposure, because I've met them. I've met the uh, I've met the creative minds behind where's there was I have some pictures. Where's my is it here? I don't think it's here. No. It's where's my where's my Life is Strange folder at? I don't see where it is. Let me see. Move this down. There you go. Let's see. Photos. Where's my photos? Oh, here it is. Let me see. Okay, this is good enough. Let me see. Let me see if I could, let me see if I could open another source here, and let me see if I could, let me see, display, no, window. There we go, window capture. Add, let me see, add source, and no, I need to change that. Where's, I don't think that one's it. Oh, there it is. There we go. If it plays, is it not playing? Oh, nope. I think I may have fucked up something. Okay, that's that. Okay, that's back. Now this needs to change. Okay, I guess. Okay, what I'll do is I'll scrap this, and then we'll change this. Hold on, I'll scrap this. Oh, I guess I'll scrap this too. There's some technical difficulty on that. There we go. Source, window, whatever, add. Does it work? No, it doesn't seem to be working. Why is it not? Oh wow, that is. Why isn't it? That is so weird. How do I? Because I had it on display before. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll just do it this way. I'll just do it with images. I'll just do it with images. I think that'll be better. Cause what I was trying to do was do I was trying to add like the photo gallery, so that way I could just easily like move between the two, but it wasn't for whatever reason it wasn't working. So here we go. We have way too big, but you know, hold on. I'll zoom it small. Oh no, it's not gonna break anything. But yeah, so we got so we got this little photo with what was it? With I don't know if you could see it, but we got this photo with with uh with Jonathan Stauder, who's the cuz he was the director of Double Exposure. Yeah, he was the director of Double Exposure. So we have him and let me see. Let me switch this one out. Hopefully it doesn't grow gigantically big again. Hopefully it keeps the same size. And then we got there we go. Felice Kwan, who was the main writer for Double Exposure. And ironically, also, she also was the main writer for True Colors also. So she did both True Colors and Double Exposure. So she did both. And just because I have this here, I might as well just put this one as the screensaver. Well, not screensaver, but I might as well just put this down here. Yeah, I might as well put this down here with me, Rachel, Chloe, Max, and Moses, and Hot Dog Man. Okay. But yeah, so this was the biggest highlight of the event. Where I was meeting everyone and interacting with like all the fans and everything. This was the highlight. Meeting Hanatel was the biggest highlight of the entire event. This was the big thing. Was this. Oh yeah, Moses was really fun. Moses was really fun, especially at the panel. At the panel that they had, Moses was really cool because I was in the audience, and I had the plushies. I had the plushies like holding them like up, so that way they could be seen. So I was holding the plushies up, trying to make sure that that Hannah can see the plushies, trying to make sure she can see it, and Moses sees it. Moses sees me. He sees me in the audience, and he points at me, and he's like, and he kind of mouths to me, and he's like, I got you. And then he taps on Max's shoulder. He taps on Hannah's shoulder, and he points directly at me so that way she could see the plushies that I have. And I was literally like mouthing to him, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Moses was a treat. Like he was good. He Yeah, it was like I really I couldn't thank him enough for doing that. Like eventually I was gonna, you know, have her I was gonna have her like see the plushies and I was gonna meet her anyway. But the fact that he made it that the fact that he made it uh a point to 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 shout me out at her while they're doing a panel. So while the director and the writer are like answering questions, so Max and Moses wasn't doing anything. They were just sitting there like listening. And that's when he took the opportunity to make sure that she saw me. So that was that was pretty sweet. Cause if you went to cause this was during New York cause this was during New York Comic Con. New York Comic Con last year. So it's 2024 New York Comic Con. They had a panel there, and they were promoting Double Exposure, because this was in October, in the middle of October, and Double Exposure was coming out after Comic Con, like a week or two after. But if you bought the Ultimate Edition at the time, then you got to play the first two chapters of Double Exposure 2 weeks before the full game came out. Yeah, you were getting to play the first two chapters 2 weeks before the game came out. The full game came out. So I played the first two chapters of Double Exposure before Comic-Con. And when they did the panel, at the beginning of the panel, they were like, okay, who in this room has already played the first two chapters of Double Exposure? And immediately they were like, we're not gonna talk about anything that happens in those two chapters, so we're not gonna reference any of that stuff. So don't ask any questions that are related to those two episodes. Don't even ask. So but this specifically, these pictures of Jonathan Stauder, Felice, Hanatel, and Blue Allen Moses, these pictures were at the because they were having a community get together off site at a bar in New York City, a couple of blocks from the Javits Center, like close by the Empire State Building. There was a bar where they were having a get together with the community, with like a bunch of fans, and the developers, and Max and the voice actors and everything that were gonna be there, right? And it was a ticketed event. So you had to, it was free though. It was a free ticketed event, first come first serve, and you had to book it like ahead of time, right? And so when you went there, you had to, let me switch to the full cam. When you went there, they gave you this wristband, because the glare is kind of messing it up a little bit. But yeah, they gave you this wristband, right? So you had to wear this wristband, and as you can see, they gave you a 2-drink limit at the bar. So you could only get 2 free drinks. So you could only get 2 free drinks. So only 2. You only got 2. And I only used 1. As you can see, I still have one of the drink tabs on it. So I only used one drink. Cause I'm not much for alcohol. Yeah, I'm not much for alcohol. Like I'm not like a big drinking guy. So I only did 1. And one drink was big enough that it like lasted for like the whole event. Cause the whole event was only like 2 hours. So they booked the bar for like 2 hours. Oh yeah, well I've never been like an alcoholic or anything, so I never drank like that. Like I'm more of a social drinker. So if I'm like out with like friends or something, or if my friends like bring alcohol or something over, then I'll like drink a little bit with them. But I never buy any liquor or anything for myself. Like I never buy it on my own. But yeah, so they pretty much so that was pretty much that. They had a good setup. It was the bar was really nice. They had a nice little setup. They had a bunch of pins and stuff that you could. They had some like pins and stuff that you could grab, like free little pins. So they had like what was it? See, like this is the flower. The flower that's that's at the overlook, that's in the shape of Safi's body, that you find when you take the tarp off, and you see that it's a bunch of flowers, even though they don't explain anything about what the fuck is the deal with those flowers. It's just there. But yeah, they had a pin for that. They had the regular logo pin with just like the name of the game, and they had obviously the cover of the game with like Max and stuff. So So they had, so these were the 3 pins that you could grab. Like obviously I'm gonna grab one of each of them. I actually grabbed a couple of these, and a bunch of and some of the duplicates I gave some of my friends who also like Life is Strange and all that, and I gave them like I gave them some of the duplicates and stuff that I got. Uh, let's see. Uh, the the big highlight though, was the Polaroid camera that Max has in double exposure. They actually had it at the event, and they were using that camera to take Polaroid pictures for you. So they had like a little setup where you could take Polaroid pictures with the camera that Max uses in the game. And they would take pictures of you, and I got my little Polaroid of myself and the plushies done because I had to do it. So that was really a real cool setup, especially when what's especially really sweet if you see, because you see the dress that Hannah's wearing, and ironically, what color dress is Hannah wearing for the event? Like Hannah knew. Hannah knew. Yep. Hannah knew. She was like, for this event, I have to wear a blue dress. Like, it's only appropriate that she wears a blue dress. Plus, I think it's pretty obvious what team. I think it's obvious what team Hannah is on. I think it's pretty obvious that she's on team Chloe at this. What's also really funny. What's a really funny thing too is that for the whole night, since this is a bunch of fans at the event, right? Since this is a bunch of fans, they had a board. They had a board, and on one side they had Bay, and on the other side they had Bay. And they were going up to every fan that was at the event, and they were asking them, what did you choose at the end? And they were marking the board the whole night and seeing by the end of the night which side was gonna have the more votes. And by the end of the night, the Chloe side was more. By the end of the night, the Chloe side was more. Not by a lot, but by a good enough. Like, it had a good enough lead that it was pretty clear by the end that it was like, oh yeah, the Chloe side is the more as far as this event goes, it was the more bigger one. Well, the better question is, which one is Chloe? Is Chloe the peanut soup or is she the clam chowder? Which one is she? but uh but yeah, it was a really fun event. uh I'm sure there's a I'm sure there's probably some euphemisms in that one. Cause what is Chloe chowing on then? Okay, if they do be straight. Well, we all know what Chloe chows on, so I think that's appropriate. Or is that joke a little too far? You let me know if that joke is a little too far. but oh yeah, the double meaning was intentional. I figured it was. It was too perfect for it not to be intentional. Max B diving for clams. Oh Lord. I will say, you know what would have been the perfect thing? The perfect thing for double exposure. Gay Max is Slay Max. but what would have been perfect for double exposure, which fans have already done, like fans have already modded double exposure and put Chloe in the game. But what fans actually did was they took Chloe and they made her Amanda. So they replaced Amanda with Chloe, and it's like, yeah, that makes sense. What they should have done was, if you if you chose, yeah, if you chose, I don't know how well the mod works. I never tried it. So for all I know, it could be weird having Amanda's voice coming out of Chloe's mouth for whatever reason. But the screenshots that I've seen, uh, Chloe looks really good in the game. Like the fans really made her look good. But as far as how it plays and stuff, I can't speak to that because I haven't done it myself. But but uh but what they could have done was, if you chose to keep Chloe around, you could have had Chloe be in Amanda's spot. You could have had her be Amanda, right? Where what Amanda is doing and all that stuff. You could have had Chloe do that. But if you didn't keep Chloe around and Chloe's not not alive, if Chloe's not alive, you could have had Amanda there. Then you could have had Amanda there. So that way it's like, if you choose one or the other, then you have then you either have Chloe there in the game or you don't have Chloe in the game. Uh, as far as the as far as the original game goes, um, as far as the original game goes, as far as the original game goes, not Max, no, Chloe. As far as the original game goes, Chloe is uh pretty much go go go, yeah. But that's more so because Chloe wants to immediately find out what happened to Rachel and everything, and she's very like she wants to get answers pretty much. So her wanting to like speed things up and get answers, it's more so the urgency of finding out what happened to Rachel, and then once you find out, getting revenge for Rachel pretty much. So so that's mostly what that is in the first game. Uh in Before the Storm, Chloe is actually pretty like calm for the most part. Like for the most part, she's the one that when Rachel wants to like run away and like leave and stuff, Chloe is mostly the one that's like, what about money? What about our parents? Do we even know where we're gonna go? Like, so so for the excuse me, Oy. Yeah, what? Mostly two. That is not a. Actually, that is not a. Hold on, I need a. Yeah, she is. On that thought, give me a minute, real quick. I need to run to the bathroom real quick. Ooh. Uh, I've been I was holding that in for like a minute. it was it was just that the conversation was going. It's just that having a good conversation and whatnot. It's like you don't want to like stop the flow of the conversation, and you're like but yeah, she's it's it's definitely, especially if you watch, if you've read the comic books, she's also really calm in the comic books and stuff too. But yeah, because Chloe's really calm in the comic books too. So, I just, the fact that she's pretty much calm in pretty much a lot of other situations that that Chloe is in, it really just comes down to that she's mostly just running around to try to get answers for like Rachel and stuff like that. So it really shows like in a normal circumstance she is pretty like calm. Like there's even moments in the original game where she is calm. Like the pool scene when they're doing the pool stuff. After the pool scene when they're in Chloe's room and Max is trying to get something to wear. When they're sitting down in her room. Uh, when they're sitting down in her room and they're piecing together like the information and stuff, she's pretty calm and level-headed while she's like on the computer and stuff, and she's like trying to find out the information and stuff that Max is giving her and things like that. So even within the original game, she does show moments of where she's calm. Oh well, the smoking, if you're taking Before the Storm into account, the smoking itself may have started that way, but it's pretty obvious by that point it's kind of become a habit as far as the smoking goes. Because I believe, no, I believe in the comic books, I don't think we ever see Chloe smoking in the comic books. I don't think she does. I don't remember a scene in the comic books where she's smoking in the comics, but yeah. but but yeah, but she's it's she's always one of the well. Well, either way, you could pretty much take it as Chloe just stopped smoking at a point. But yeah, but she's but in any case, I like to, as far as the comic goes, it's like, hey, Chloe stopped smoking. I just take it as that she just stopped. But yeah, but yeah, hey, that's how I see it. I'm back, couldn't sleep. no worries. No worries. We've just been shooting the shit for like the past hour. Having like all these conversations and stuff. Yeah, you can catch up on everything you missed because because along with this being archived on Twitch for however long they keep the archives around, I do back up these streams and stuff on my YouTube channel. So even when it gets deleted off of Twitch, yeah, even if it gets deleted off of Twitch, it's still gonna be on my YouTube channel anyway. So anytime I'm done with a stream, I immediately just export it onto YouTube. So whenever, if you missed anything and you wanna, but yeah, I try to uh but yeah, anytime I'm done with stream with any stream, I just put it on YouTube. I have a I have a couple of friends that uh anytime I don't uh like they can't catch the streams or anything, uh if they don't uh if they don't find it on Twitch, they go to YouTube and then they find it that way. And then I'm like, "Oh, it's right there." I was like, "It's right there, don't worry." The only the only annoying part about the only part that was annoying about uh doing the Life is Strange games by like streaming them and stuff was all the copyright with the music. Yeah, but because even with Twitch and even with YouTube, certain sections of the stream may be muted or whatnot because of the music and stuff that plays in the background. So yeah, that's the only. Yeah, you gotta. But yeah, the because I need to keep the music because the music is a big part of these games. So not having the music there is like robbing like half of the game of its identity. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Plus it's not like I'm a huge YouTuber or anything anyway. And it's not like it's really gonna like affect me in a big negative way anyway. So it's like I could throw up my hands and just deal with it anyway. So it's not really a big deal. But yeah, Bow. If you need to go to get some sleep, you need to get some sleep. Wow, just for the music in the background? Wait, that's the music within the game itself? Because usually background music of the game doesn't really matter. like Life is Strange, I could I would sleep if I could find the. Uh-oh. Well, hopefully you could find the charger. But yeah, that's kind of wild that the background music dings you. Cuz usually if it's music that's specifically made for the game, usually that's fine. So, I don't know why that would have been a problem. So, that's a very weird thing to get dinged for. Hmm. Oh, I don't know. I guess I don't know. YouTube be weird. YouTube is weird on how they on what they do with so much stuff. But then again, that's what happens when you leave a lot of the art the when but that's what happens when you leave this system uh with just like AI and like automated stuff doing things. Weird stuff like that happens because you don't have an actual person that's overseeing any of this. So any nuance is completely lost, and that's why you get like these situations where uh the most how do you say it, common sense things become a problem because the the automa- the the system isn't gonna know because it's just a program, so they don't know what nuances and stuff to look out for and to leave alone. So, but yeah, but even with YouTube and because Twitch is the same thing. Like the things that monitor the things that monitor these stuff, like there's no actual person that's like monitoring these things. So whether it's Twitch or whether it's YouTube or whether it's any other like streaming platform that has any of these like programs and stuff that like keep track of stuff, you're gonna run into the same issues pretty much because you don't have a person that's like seeing any of this. But yeah. So but this is it's definitely a tricky situation. But considering cuz I knew cuz believe me, I knew going in uh doing the Life is Strange games and, you know, doing those streams and everything, I knew that was gonna happen. Like, I knew stuff like that was gonna happen. Yeah. Like, yeah, obviously. Like, I know why they do it, and it makes sense. But at the same time, it's like, how do you effectively teach a program what nuance is, and how do you teach them to look out for the different like nuances of different things? Like, how are you gonna teach a program that? Like, that's the tricky part. But uh but these but yeah, these but hey, I uh they're going you're going I've gotten copyrighted and muted and stuff for pretty much every Life is Strange game. That is something that you're going to have to deal with no matter what. Cuz all these games have licensed music. So all of these games are going to have to deal with that at some point. They're all going to be like that. Yeah, cuz I could look at my uh videos right here, cuz I have my channel pull up here, and I could see my like my copyright stuff and whatnot. I could see it here. So, oop, that is not what I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. Let me go to my Life is Strange videos. So we got Before the Storm. Let me look at my. Yep. Yep. All three of them. All three of them got copyrighted because, as I said, I did one episode for each. So all three of them got copyrighted. Uh, yeah, that does help. Like I even talk during like some of the songs, and it still got copyrighted anyway. So it's kind of a hit and miss on how that works. Let me see. Let me go to double exposure and let me see what was my track record on that. Uh, yeah, mine was good. So just like yeah, that was for music because that was most likely for music. Um, because because for double exposure, I didn't get any strikes on any copyright issues on double exposure. As I said, uh, before the storm, I did the original. The original Life is Strange I did. Uh, the original Life is Strange, I got copyrighted on pretty much all my videos for it, and on two of them, I actually got blocked in a couple of different countries, which is pretty funny. Yeah, but well, it's not countries that, because you could click on it and it could tell you what countries it is. So it's not like it was blocked in like any big important countries. Like it's very obscure with some of the countries it was blocked in. It was kind of weird. But yeah, so we got so that was that. Let me see. Life is Strange 2. What was everything looking like for that? And I pretty much got copyrighted for pretty much like almost all of that. I don't know, probably. I don't know. But but Life is Strange 2, I got copyrighted for like pretty much almost all of the videos. And then I got partially blocked in some random country for like one of the videos. And then oddly enough, the final episode of Life is Strange 2 was completely fine. So I have no idea like how that worked. And it's funny too cuz Life is Strange 2 doesn't really have like a lot of music, like a lot of copyrighted music, so it's kind of weird that got a bunch of like copyright like strikes claims on it, which is weird. Uh but yeah, but it's funny you say that though, because um before the storm specifically, the soundtrack for Before the Storm was actually commissioned by Daughter. Like Daughter actually did like the music and stuff for Before the Storm. So it's pretty so it's pretty so it's pretty funny that even Before the Storm gets a bunch of copyright claims, even though Daughter did like the music for it. Like a lot of the background music and stuff, like Daughter made that music for the game too. So it's still weird. So it's whatever. Like as I said, I knew going in that the Life is Strange games were gonna get a bunch of copyrights and stuff anyway, because I knew I knew already the music was gonna be a problem. Like I knew that going in. But at the same time, like I said, if I don't have the music, then a lot of the atmosphere and the emotion and stuff of the games are pretty much gone. Cause a lot of cause in a lot of situations, like I said before, me listening to the song from most of these games, immediately uh, I remember what scene goes with what song. If you were going to play me like a song from one of the games, if that song was a part of a specific scene, then then I'm going to then I'm going to immediately like kind of know what scene that song is played in. So, but yeah, it's nothing cuz I'm not cuz I don't really worry about it really with the copyright stuff because I'm not in the position where I'm like making any money from any of this. So it's not like I have any real financial like investment in like any of this. Cuz for me, I mainly do this because it's fun. Cuz I mainly do this because it's fun. Like I stream and I talk about things that I enjoy. And I play the games and stuff that I enjoy. Like if it was just going to be games, then I wouldn't have bothered doing uh I wouldn't have bothered doing the like Life is Strange novels or the comic books or anything. Like I wouldn't even have bothered doing that if it was just games. Like I had no idea that people would even tune into that stuff. Like when I did the comic books and I did the novels, like people actually like were watching that stuff. So I had no idea. I was just doing a shot in the dark because I enjoyed the novels. I was like I might as well do it. I enjoyed the comic books, so I might as well do it. Plus plus if plus it also sets me up for the expectation from the viewer that I am very like flexible and have variety. Like I'm not afraid to just stick with one specific form of entertainment. Like I make it clear that I'm open to all different forms of entertainment. Like I love the comics, I love movies, video games. Like I'm open to all that stuff. So I intentionally didn't restrict myself to just one thing or one form of entertainment. But yeah, that's because the algorithm I don't really at this point from all the various YouTubers that I've like heard from and whatnot and how like they deal with it and things like that. It's one of those things where it's like you might as well just do what you want to do and just do it because you never know what the algorithm is going to even do. Like for one day Like for instance, one day the algorithm may like cooking videos. Like for one day the algorithm may like cooking videos, and then the next day it doesn't like cooking videos and it likes hiking videos. so you never so you never really know. So at the end of the day, it's just like just do it. Like if you're passionate about it and you but yeah, it's always different things. The algorithm always changes, and it's if you're if you're trying to figure out the algorithm and chase what the algorithm does, then you're going to be in a world of pretty of probably being really miserable in the videos and stuff that you make, because at the end of the day all you're doing is like you're just chasing what's popular. And what if what's popular is something that you don't like and you're not really passionate about? And then when you're doing that thing, because the audience is not stupid, they can see when someone is faking and not being genuine for the most part. So if you're just doing something just to chase like views and what's hot and whatnot, then it's like, okay, you're just gonna be miserable. You're gonna wind up miserable at some point because you're gonna start chasing after things that realistically you don't care for, like you don't like. So I hope. But yeah, like as I said, there's a lot of YouTubers uh, that have said and stuff like what they that just do what you like, because even if you do shorts, what you can do with shorts is can't you just take like little clips and stuff from the videos that you do and just make shorts out of that? Like that way you're not making a video specifically for the short, but you're turning a video that you actually care about and that you actually liked, and you're just taking a piece of that and turning it into a short, instead of just focusing on making a completely like new short video. But yeah, you never really know. Like there's a lot of YouTubers and like content creating people. Oh, see? But yeah, I it's because there's a lot of YouTubers and like content creating people that do that do what they do, and they don't like really hit like big numbers or anything like that. But when I see some of their videos and stuff, I still see the like, yeah, they're what they're doing may not, you know, get a bunch of views or anything, but I could see that they're really like passionate about what they're doing. And it's like, hey, as long as you enjoy what you're doing, I would hope that that positivity about what you're doing shines through and becomes very, like, you know, obvious to whoever's like watching you that you're passionate about what you're doing. Ah, it keeps coming out. But yeah, hey, cause cause they always look into, cause one of the things that I've heard from like so many different people is if you're getting into, if you want to get into like video making and stuff like that, if you're going into content creating thinking you're going to immediately, like right out the gate, get like millions of views and become like the next, like, I don't know, PewDiePie or like Mr. Beast or something like that, then your expectations are very unrealistic, because those cases are like a 1 in a million chance of something like that happening. Like the vast majority of people don't, like, that success is not something that they get. So if you think you're gonna get there like instantly and stuff like that, that's the wrong way to go about it. But yeah, if you're if you're if your community, if your community and your viewers, you know, like a certain thing, then you know there's nothing wrong with like uh but it if your community and your viewers like a certain thing that you're doing, it's not it's not wrong to like lean into it. Like that's perfectly fine. But you also have to, you know, not be afraid to like to try out new things and like mix things up a little bit, to try to, you know, like expand your audience and stuff and try like different stuff. Because I've also seen like a lot of different YouTubers and stuff that stick to one type of thing, and then when they try to do other things, it becomes hard for their audience uh, to give that new thing a chance, because you've conditioned your audience to always expect one thing out of you, to expect this one thing from you, and when you try to do something else, then your audience kind of doesn't give it a chance, or they reject it because you haven't got them used to something like that. So that's why, as I said, for me, I set myself up for different for you know, having a variety of different things. that I like subjects that I ooh, excuse me, that I do. Oh, excuse me, different types of like games that I do and stuff like that. Like for instance, I've done uh but yeah, see, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Uh I cuz so far, aside from all the Life is Strange games that I've streamed, I've done uh what's some of the other ones I've done? I've done I've done the Last of Us games. I've done Last of Us, the original Last of Us, and I've done like part two. I've done both of those. I've I've done what else is here? Oh, let me go to the next page. I've done the Plague Tale games. So I've done Plague Tale Innocence, and I've done Plague Tale Requiem. And those games I did because a friend of mine really liked the games, and he like recommended them to me for like the longest time. And since I was doing the stream, I was like, you know what? Let me play these games for the first time, like on stream. And I played both Plague Tale Innocence and Requiem. But yeah, but what else did I do? Um, but yeah, I hope the your Yote streams. I hope your Yote streams go well. So I really hope that goes well. But I did cuz I also did Lollipop Chainsaw. I also did Lollipop Chainsaw, and I did Shadows of the Damned. Uh in the same vein of Life is Strange, I also did Lost Records Bloom and Rage. I also did that. Um, for Lost Records Bloom and Rage, I did that. I did the second half of Bloom and Rage. I did that on the same day that the second half of Bloom and Rage came out. I immediately jumped into the second half of Bloom and Rage on the same day. So Lost Records was the first video game, the first game that I did that was the same day that it came out. That was the first game that I did that with. So that was fun. Doing the game completely new at the same time that everyone else is playing it was pretty fun to do. Um, and then I did and then I did the and then I did the Mass Effect games. So I did Mass Effect 1, I did Mass Effect 1, I did 2, and I did 3. And I'm in the middle of finishing up Mass Effect Andromeda. Cuz I'm trying cuz I'm trying to get through this Life is Strange tier list Because I'm trying to get all these Life is Strange tier list stuff out the way, so that way I can go back to finishing up Mass Effect Andromeda. Because I originally wanted to jump back and forth between the two, but obviously there was a lot to say about the Life is Strange tier list, and that got way bigger than I thought it was gonna go. So now I'm like, I just gotta finish out this tier list so that way I can, well, all these tier lists so I can so I could finish off Mass Effect Andromeda. Oh no. No, I don't do one I don't do one game. I don't mix up streams. If I'm doing a stream on one topic, then that's pretty much what I'm doing. And then I'll make a completely separate stream about something else. Like I don't want to mix the streams like that. Yeah, I don't want to mix the streams like that because then it's like I have to reintroduce myself and everything, and then maybe I have to like cut the stream in half to separate both games and things like that, and then it's like that's too much of a hassle. So it's like, okay, if I'm gonna do one topic, then that's pretty much the topic I do, and then if I'm gonna do something else, then I just do it in another stream. Like I'm not gonna do. It's a lot easier to keep track of and keep like separated and stuff like that. So yeah, but Mass Effect is a good example of what I was saying about the whole Chloe replacing like Amanda if you kept her around and stuff like that. Because Mass Effect does that. Well, the original three Mass Effect games do that a lot. If you got certain characters killed and certain characters are not around, then the game has exclusive like replacement characters that fill that storyline um, spot uh, for them. And sometimes those replacement characters also have their own like storylines and stuff that are completely like unique to them, and they're their own like unique characters and stuff like that. So that's what I think that would have helped the whole Chloe thing. uh, yeah, it. I've played the Mass Effect trilogy so much. I played those games so much that it's kind of second nature to like what decisions I make to keep everyone like alive and things like that. Like at this point, I could almost like make those decisions with my eyes closed because I love those games so much. Like the Mass Effect games, I really like. Uh, Plus, the only downside to the Mass Effect games is I can't play the Mass Effect games without like playing all three of them. Like to like if I don't play the other Mass Effect games, it feels like the story is missing and there's no real conclusion going on. Like it doesn't feel complete unless I run through all three of them. That's my only problem going back to like the Mass Effect games is if I start it, then I have to do all three games. Like I don't feel finished. I don't uh feel finished if I don't do all three. That's the only problem. That's the only problem with doing those. But yeah, I especially now with the legendary edition, because with the legendary edition of Mass Effect, it's a lot easier for me to go back and play Mass Effect 1. Because all the changes and stuff that they did to Mass Effect 1 to improve the gameplay and everything for Mass Effect 1 makes it so much easier to get through that game. But yeah, that's but that's a perfect example of how I would envision the Chloe situation to be handled would be similarly to how Mass Effect does it. But then again, uh, uh, Deck Nine is not really given like the time and resources to actually pull something like that off. Sadly, but yeah, the because my playthrough of the Mass Effect trilogy is the Legendary Edition. So I played the Legendary Edition versions on stream. So I did all three in the Legendary Edition. But yeah, the Legendary Editions are the Legendary Edition is worth it. Plus, you could get it. Uh, they usually always considering all the layoffs and everything that have been going on in both studios, I think they're both about the same size at this point. Unfortunately, but yeah, if you could probably get the Legendary Edition like for maybe like $20 or something at this point. Because the game's because it's always on sale, so you could get it. You could get it for pretty cheap nowadays. And a $20. If you're paying $20 for the Legendary Edition, then it's like a $20 well spent because you're getting probably one of the best trilogies in all of entertainment. Because not just video game trilogies as a whole. Because the Mass Effect trilogy is that good. Like I love that. but yeah, I don't know if you were gonna give ooh, excuse me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, double exposure is always on sale at this point. Um, but yeah, they cause I don't know if you played the remastered version, the remastered versions of the original Life is Strange and Before the Storm. I don't know if you played the remastered versions of those. Because those oh you owe them up. Well the Switch versions I wouldn't say are really remastered. Like they mostly feel like ports of the original versions. Uh which is why the Switch versions of the remastered is not even called remastered. It's just the Arcadia Bay collection. Because the Switch couldn't handle like all the remastered stuff that they did. So it's like, well, the game doesn't feel like a remaster on the Switch, so we can't really call it that. So that's why they changed the name. But yeah, the remastered versions are but yeah, oh yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun to do. Cuz I played cuz the versions that I streamed was the remastered versions of Life is Strange 1 and Before the Storm. I did the remastered versions of Life is Strange 1 and Before the Storm. And they're okay. It does help that the remastered version of Before the Storm has all the DLC and stuff on it. So you don't have to buy the DLC and stuff separately. Like it's all included in the remastered version. So that helps. Uh Also, I believe the only piece of DLC that the original, not the original, but that the remastered version of Before the Storm, the only piece of DLC that it has is the is a DLC outfit for Chloe. So you get so the remastered version adds one DLC costume for Chloe to wear. Hold on. Before I answer that, let me finish my thought on the remastered costume real quick, because specifically it is because specifically the costume that they gave Chloe in the remastered version is this shirt. They gave Chloe her comics outfit to wear. So that was a fun surprise that for the remastered they added the comics costume into the game. Like you may have to pay you may have to pay additional I think like a couple of bucks for the costume or something because it was a pre-order bonus. So if you pre-ordered the ultimate edition. Oh, okay. So if you got it, then you have the costume. So when you go to so when you get to the part where Chloe can change her outfit, you'll be able to see you'll be able to see the options and stuff, and you'll see the option of the comics costume. It's I believe they call it. I believe in the game they call it the Crypt. I think it's like Crypt shirt. I believe they call it like Crypt shirt or something. Which makes sense because it's the zombie shirt from the comic book. So it's like, oh, okay, the Crypt thing. It's related to zombies, so I get it. Uh, but as far as you, oh yeah, but yeah, as far as the facial uh animations and stuff that they did, um, I really, yeah, there you go. Thank you for confirming what they call the shirt in the game. But yeah, but as far as the the facial expressions and stuff that they added to the game, one, it wasn't minor changes because those were facial expressions for everybody. Like everybody got it. So everybody had like full like facial expression and full and actual lip syncing. Because if you played the original Life is Strange, there was really no lip syncing in that game. there was no lip syncing in the original Life is Strange game. So in the remaster, they actually gave everyone like actual lip syncing, and they gave everyone like full expressions. So, oh, and they actually gave everyone hair physics. Like everyone's hair actually moves. So when you have the scenes where the storm and everything is happening and there's like movement and stuff going on, like when characters like turn their heads and stuff and their hair is supposed to move slightly, like their hair moves. When the wind is blowing, their hair is like constantly like moving and stuff. No. It was always recorded in English, I believe, but it doesn't really matter. Either way, Don't Nod even admitted that with the small budget they had to make the original Life is Strange, they didn't have the money to to go into full lip syncing. Like they didn't have the money to do it. Cause believe it or not, a lot of the money that they that they used for Life is Strange, a lot of that went to the voice actors, and even the voice actors, uh, they didn't have a lot of money to hire a bunch of voice actors either. So that's why you have situations where multiple voice actors play multiple characters. That's why you have Diane Hutton playing Alyssa, playing Kate. That's why you have Hannah Tell playing Max, playing what was it, Taylor or Courtney, whichever one. And that's why you have Ashley Birch playing Chloe and playing Courtney or Taylor, whichever one. And why you have Derek Phillips playing Jefferson and playing Samuel. That's why you have these different people playing multiple roles, because it was a way to save money, because they didn't have the like a bunch of money to spare. So it was like, okay, to save money, you're gonna play all these characters and stuff like that. That's how we're gonna save some money. Which also didn't really uh, help in the saving money department, because we got episode 5, and the main reason why episode 5 has so many reused like assets all over the place is because they didn't have a lot of money and they needed to save so much money. So that's why episode 5 is kind of the patched together like mess that it kind of is in points. Like I appreciate that that Don't Nod made the best out of what they had. Like episode 5 is still overall like good, but you could plainly see that episode 5 does suffer. but I'm still but but it's still very obvious that episode 5 uh is the most obvious budget episode. Like it's very obvious that episode 5 they were clearly running out of money, and they needed to wrap things up, and they needed to figure out how to do that. So it's pretty obvious. That's really my only gripe with episode 5 is it's very obvious this is a hodgepodge of reused assets, and they're just trying to make the best out of the situation they have. Um, Technically, what was it? Ashley Birch wasn't really. Ashley Birch was on the. She was on the rise pretty much. When Life is Strange 1 was being made. Like she hasn't. She didn't really hit that. Uh, I guess you could say that superstar status yet. So, cause cause Horizon and everything would be happening like after, like all that stuff happened like after Life is Strange. So, so they really so Don't Nod really lucked out on able to get Ashley Birch back when they could afford to do it. Because I could imagine how much she'll cost to hire her at this point. I'm pretty sure Ashley is so expensive at this point now. Uh, but yeah, I'm sorry I blew your I'm sorry I blew your mind about the whole Cassidy Chloe comparison. uh, I'm sorry about that. but uh, but yeah, it's um, but I appreciate the game. I appreciate the game for all of its faults. But yeah, that's pretty. Cause her YouTube show is pretty much, I believe, what Dotnod really noticed from her and got her the audition and stuff for Life is Strange. Ironically enough, too, I believe she said that she did audition for Max also. So in a weird turn of events, there's a timeline where we could have had Ashley Birch voicing Max in the original game, which would have been wild to see how that would have worked. But uh for Ashley though, before Ashley though, see, now that would have been a meta. Now that would have been a meta thing to do. Now that would have been a deep cut. If you would have done that, it would be like, oh, this is the ultimate inside joke, literally. but as far but as far as Ashley goes, as far as Ashley goes, um, from all the different games and stuff that I've heard Ashley in, for me, I still believe that Chloe is still the best character that Ashley has played. So for me, I still put her Chloe performance at the top of her list of performances that she's done. So, and I know for a fact that Ashley really holds Chloe in very high regard to her career. So it's nice that as much as I think very highly of Chloe, it's also nice to know that Ashley herself also thinks very highly of Chloe and really like cherishes the performance and what she did to bring that character to life. So um but yeah, I'm what you're but I you cuz you say you just heard you just found out yesterday that Ashley didn't that she only voiced Chloe in the original Life is Strange. Technically, technically, you are not wrong, but but technically, she does voice Chloe in the farewell DLC for Before the Storm. So if you play the Farewell DLC, Ashley does voice Chloe in that DLC. So she does technically voice Chloe twice. So um as far as double exposure goes, I don't there's very conflicting uh there's very conflicting stories as to why Ashley didn't come back uh for double exposure. It's either there's various reasons. Either Square Enix didn't want her back because there's uh there's some things that say that there's some sources that say that Square Enix is like really mad at her for whatever reason and they don't want her back. Um Maybe she's like you said, like too expensive to bring back. Um Also, as far as double exposure goes, I believe double exposure and the Lego Horizon game was being made at the same time. So even if Ashley did want to come back, I don't think she even had the time in her schedule to even fit it in. So, and obviously Sony is going to have a dump truck of money at her in front of her house to come back and do Aloy, even if it's for a Lego game. So, yeah. But yeah, it's considering where Chloe is, and considering where Chloe is in double exposure, there isn't really much voice acting for Ashley Birch to do anyway. So it wouldn't have really been worth the effort to bring her in just for what, one line of new dialogue, because technically Chloe only says like one new voice line in double exposure anyway. Because other than that, it's just re-recorded dialogue from the original game. So it's not like there's much new stuff for Chloe to even say in double exposure. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's because the only new piece of dialogue that Chloe says in the game is if you find the Polaroid in the last episode in the bathroom. If you find that Polaroid, that's the only time Chloe says anything new in the game. So if you don't find that Polaroid, then technically all of Chloe's dialogue is just re-recorded lines from the original game. So it's kind of like, whatever. And the only and that's the only reason that that I believe that they even re-recorded the dialogue to begin with, Because if they didn't have any new dialogue for Chloe to say, then they could have just used the same audio from the original game at that point. But since you got like new lines, then you needed somebody to say those new lines. So it would have been weird if you're hearing Ashley's voice in all the flashbacks and everything, and then you get to that new line and you're hearing somebody completely different. So it would have been weird. So that's the whole point of why they re-recorded everything, so that way you have a consistent voice throughout the whole game. But um they it depends, cuz sometimes when you do some of this some voice work or something, sometimes your voice, the whatever voice you did for that game is pretty much up for them to use, like, for whatever. So it it all depends. They probably could have used Ashley's voice, no problem. But as I said, if they did do it, then it would have been weird to hear a different voice for Chloe at the very end of the game. It would have been odd. So for the sake of consistency, it was better to just, you know, to just have the different thing. Uh, maybe, maybe I don't know, because Square Enix haven't hasn't commented on it. Uh, Ashley herself hasn't said anything about it, so I don't know. So I have no idea. Considering all the work she did in Before the Storm, I don't know. Um, cause she did, cause remember, even though they had the strike going on for the strike going on for Before the Storm, they did uh they did have Ashley as a part of the writing team. So even though Ashley wasn't voicing Chloe in the main story of Before the Storm, she was still writing for Chloe. So she was still a part of the game and still had input in the game, and probably coaching, maybe giving some pointers to Rihanna DeVries, the lady that did voice Chloe in Before the Storm, and Double Exposure, and the Wavelengths DLC. Because don't forget, Chloe makes a cameo in the Wavelengths DLC. So she does do the voice for that too. Yes, Rihanna DeVries is the name of Before the Storm Chloe. Yes. Uh, but she doesn't do a bad job. Like, I still love I still love Before the Storm. Like, Rihanna has really good chemistry with Kylie Brown, who does the voice for Rachel. She has good chemistry with her. Like, she does a good job. Like, I was hesitant in the beginning of Before the Storm when I played it from the very beginning. I was like, okay, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about the new voices and everything. I didn't know how it was gonna feel. But as the first episode went on, and as we got like the interactions and stuff between Chloe and Rachel and stuff, it immediately just left my mind, and uh I was already uh like into the game by that point. Like, I wasn't even paying attention that it wasn't the same voice anymore, because her performance and her chemistry with Kylie sold me on the game at that point. So it was like, oh, it's fine. I was like, I'm good with it. It's fine. Especially with before with double exposure. In double exposure, because I believe I even told Jonathan Stauder, the director of the game, when I met him. I even told him that I liked the fact that they brought Rihanna back. Like, if you couldn't get Ashley to do it, I'm glad that they got Rihanna to come back and do it. And her performance in double exposure with uh re reciting the lines and stuff from the original game, she really improved on her trying to sound like Chloe from the original game. Because in double in because in Before the Storm, it's it's pretty noticeable that this isn't the same voice. so so it's not like it's not noticeable that it's not the same person. But Before the Storm has that problem with it has that problem pretty much with everybody that's a returning character from the original game. Like, pretty much all of them, like, all sound different. Like like some of them do a better job trying to sound like the original voice actors, and then some of them are just so 180s from each other that it's like, okay, that does, like, no attempt was made. so so yeah, but at the end of the day, it was like is your performance gonna still sell me on it? But yeah, it's but as I said, it's a problem double exposure has with every returning character. Like, they all are played by different people. Most of them sound completely different from what they're supposed to sound like in the original game. But yeah, but as I said, she does Rihanna did do did do a great job in Before the Storm. In Double Exposure to try to sound more closer to Ashley. So, but for the average person that hasn't like played the game like as many times as like I have or something, then the average person is probably not even gonna notice. So especially if you're not playing the games back to back, like me, like maybe if you play the games one after the other, you'll probably like definitely notice it a lot quicker if you're playing the games back to back. Because that way the voice is like fresh in your mind. So you'll probably like notice it a lot quicker if you're playing it like closer together. But if you have like a big gap in between, then you're more likely not gonna notice really. But yeah, that's how it is. But speaking of uh speaking of Life is Strange uh related uh games, have you tried to consider playing Lost Records Bloom and Rage? Because that's probably a game that you might want to consider playing. Oh, you never heard of it? I thought you would have. I thought considering that you are like in the like Life is Strange like games and stuff, that it would have come up, that you would have heard of it before. Cause it's a game that's made by Dontnod, and specifically it's made by the same creative team as the original Life is Strange game. So the game is directed by Michelle. I believe Michelle also like wrote the game and stuff like that. So if you really love like the original Life is Strange, then Lost Records is definitely right up your alley. Especially if because a lot of people were very disappointed by Double Exposure, right? For whatever reasons they were disappointed with it, right? And a lot of people went to Lost Records. and, and a lot of people went to Lost Records as a way to like uh I guess for them, wipe the bad taste of double exposure out of their mouths. So, so yeah, that's the. It's sad because the reception for double exposure was very. The fan base was very divided over it, and there was a lot of toxicity coming out of the fan base with attacking the developers and stuff who made double exposure and all that stuff. Yeah, there was a lot of people that did not like double exposure like at all. And I see it on Twitter all the time. Anytime there's a double exposure like mention or uh or the official Life is Strange accounts and stuff like make any references to like double exposure, you could just see the comments of a lot of negativity from people even mentioning double exposure. It it's a pretty divisive game. Um oh well thankfully you're not. The only reason I'm on Twitter is just to promote my like channels and like stuff like that. That's the only reason I'm on Twitter. But but I for me was I was I disappointed overall with double exposure? Yes, I was. There's a lot of problems. There's several problems with double exposure uh, that go on, and that's not taking into account the whole Chloe issue. Like the Chloe issue was a make or break. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into specifics on double exposure, but there's problems with double exposure. But the Chloe situation, the Chloe issue was a lot of people's make or break. As soon as they saw, as soon as people saw how they handled Chloe in double exposure, a bunch of people immediately jumped off. Like they jumped off that train and they were like, "I am not riding this train. I'm out." A lot of people jumped off immediately just from that. Me, I like to keep an open mind because I'm like, okay, it may start that way, but I need to see how this all wraps up and this all finishes before I judge for myself how I feel about it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. The, this this is the problem, the main problem that Don't Nod had. I mean, not Don't Nod. The main problem that Deck 9 had from the very beginning was, as well intentioned as it was, choosing to try to come up with a story for a game that can fit both endings of the original game. You were setting yourself up for failure, because just from that setup, your story can't focus on a single lane. Like your story is trying to make sense in both outcomes, and it can't focus on one or the other. So you already set yourself up for a problem. From the outset, you already have an issue. Because you're not going to be able to please. Yeah, because you're not going to be able to please both. You're not going to be able to please both sides of the audience. Because the numbers prove this. The numbers prove this. You can go to the original Life is Strange game, go to the choices, and you could look at the percentages and literally see where the fan base is. You can see it. You can see the numbers. And those numbers in black text you can literally read it, and those numbers have always been, after 10 years later, those numbers have always been a very, very, very close 50-50 between both endings. Both the so you were going to piss off one side of the fan base, or you were going to piss off everybody. And surprisingly, what ended up happening, well, surprising for them, but I knew that I knew what the outcome was going to be, because I already knew that you were going to piss off everybody. Like, I knew as soon as they made that, as soon as it was known that they were being like, oh, we're gonna come up with a story that no matter what decision you make, it's gonna make sense, and it's gonna go it's gonna go fine and everything. And I immediately I was like, this isn't gonna work. This is not gonna work. Because this is what makes the comics uh work. The reason why the comics work is because the comics immediately was like, this is the ending that we're going with. Up front, we're going with this ending. And this is where the story is going to go. And then the comics go from there. I think double exposure works. It doesn't 100% work, but it works better if they would have stuck from the very beginning and said that we're gonna go with the Chloe's dead ending. So we're gonna go with saving the town. If they would have gone with that ending 100% from the beginning, then double exposure would have made more sense. But there's a lot of like weird inconsistencies, different, like the way Max like acts sometimes is like doesn't really make sense sometimes, because it's like because certain things fit in one ending and certain things don't fit in the other ending, and there's no real line drawn in what side of the fence that they're gonna be on. So it's a very like uh polarizing thing to do. Um and that's not taking away any of the performances from anybody in the game. Like everybody in the game, you know, uh, performance wise, does really good in the game. Um, double exposure would have double exposure would have been worse if they couldn't get if they couldn't get Hannah Tell to come back to do Max's voice again. Mm, oh, you're talking about the Wavelengths DLC. The thing with the Wavelengths DLC is you can pick when you start the Wavelengths DLC. The game asks you if you played the original game, and then if you play the original game, it then asks you which game you which game which ending you chose. So the Wavelength DLC, you can pick which ending you went with, and uh Steph's trauma Steph's trauma in Wavelengths is is different depending on what ending you went with. Because the if you go with the Chloe's alive ending, then it's her mom. Then it's her mom. But if you went with the Chloe's dead ending, then it's pretty much Steph being depressed over Chloe being dead and Rachel being dead and all that stuff. So either way, she's depressed about something. It's just it's just how how depressed is she? Like what level of depression is she on? That's pretty much how that works. Um but yeah, within the main game of True Colors, Arcadia Bay is never mentioned in the main game of True Colors. Like they don't mention it. Like Steph never brings it up or anything like that. Well, yeah, cuz you mentioned it earlier. Cuz you mentioned it earlier in the cuz you mentioned it earlier in the chat that about the whole Steph losing her mom. But yeah, it's it's a it's a it's a eh, it's a thing, but she it's it's like, hey, what do you hey, what are you gonna do? uh Cause it's not only that, it's also cause in the Wavelengths DLC, it's not only Steph that's dealing with that, it's also Mikey. Because remember, Mikey is also cameos in the Wavelengths DLC, and Mikey has his own like trauma that he's dealing with too. Cause if Chloe's alive, then Mikey's brother dies in the storm. So Mikey has his own issues that he deals with that too. But yeah, that look, I'm not I'm not trying to get you. I'm not trying to get you uh to like hate on double exposure or anything like that. If you enjoy double exposure and stuff, that's totally fine. Like you're uh I'm not gonna tell you how to feel about the game. Uh um you finished you finished double exposure, right? Cuz cuz depending on how I respond to that. Oh, okay. Okay. So you at least got to the point of double exposure where Safi uh is the shapeshifter. So you at least got to that part. Because I'm hoping you got to that part because you're mentioning meeting someone else that has powers. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, so you at least got to that part. So does that mean that you just finished episode 3, or did you start or have you started episode 4 yet? Oh, okay. Okay, so you just finished episode 4. Or did you stop before you finished episode 4? Cuz you say you just did the whole cuz you said you just did the whole Krampus party. So did you? Oh, that's where you ended last night. Okay, so you haven't. Oh, okay. So you're pretty much at the end of episode 4. Yeah, cuz if you would have kept playing, if you would have kept playing a little more, then you would have finished episode 4 cuz you were pretty much right at the end already of episode 4. So, oh, how long did those 6 streams add up to? Yeah, cuz the Krampus party is episode 4. So if you just finished the Krampus party and you just finished, yeah, cuz if you just finished the Krampus party, then you're still in in episode 4 because you still have to meet up with Safi again. Because once you meet up with Safi again, then you're pretty much at the end of episode 4. But yeah, she depending on how much time you have, you can probably finish you could probably finish chapter 5 uh pretty well. Yeah, cuz chapter 5 is pretty it's pretty short. Like chapter 5 is not that long. Cuz chapter 4 was pretty short. Yeah, you can you can finish chapter 5 within that amount of time. Let me see how long it took me to finish. How long did I finish chapter 4? I mean chapter 5, I mean. What's the time I have on? I finished chapter 5 of double exposure. I finished it in about 2.5 hours. And that's me doing everything that I can, uh, and that's me doing everything I can possibly try to do within that episode. And I still finished it in about 2.5 hours. Yeah, cause episode 4 was the shortest. When I streamed episode 4, I I finished it in a little over 1.5 hours. That's how short episode 4 was for me. And as I said, I'm doing everything I can. Like I'm going around, I'm examining everything. I'm I'm talking about like different things that are happening. I'm giving my opinions of different things, and I still only got about 1.5 hours out of episode 4. Like it was pretty quick. Cause I finished but yeah, I'm doing the same thing. Like I'm doing that, but it's like, oh no, it's fine. It's just it's just um like by all means go at whatever pace feels comfortable to you and all that stuff. Like, hey, go at your own pace. that's fine. That's not a problem. It's it's just I'm just giving you an example of how much content the game actually gives you, because I'm also taking my time and I'm like doing stuff and I'm trying to look at everything I can and examine pretty much everything I can. It's just that the content for the game is just not there. It's just that the game's not giving me enough to really do. So yeah, the game starts to become less and less kind of as it goes along. Because for me, what was it? Episode no problem, no problem. Hey, hey, no problem, no problem. Always happy to help. But but cuz for me, episode 1 and 2 of Double Exposure was was about like 4 hours each. Like about 4 hours for me, like when I streamed them. So yeah, the definitely got less and less playtime as I went on as I went along. Cuz even when I was playing, it, when I finished it, even I was like, I did not realize that this episode was this short. Like I didn't like even I was shocked at how quickly everything happened. I was like I had no idea the game was this I had no idea this stuff was this short. But yeah, it's let's just say too that um you finished the comics, right? Like you actually read like all the comics and stuff. Like 5 minutes to just every time you do something. Oh yeah. Hey, you could uh no, I mean have you finished like the comics? Like you read all of it, right? Okay. Um what I will say about Safi, um did 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 you like did you like Tristan and Pixie in the comic books? Did you like them? Cuz I will it made it a little confusing with the timelines. Okay. Um tr- okay, for me, well, for me at least. Yeah, well, I could see how confusing the second half of the comic books can be very confusing, especially once we're jumping around between the original timeline and the Rachel timeline, it can get pretty confusing on which timeline we're in at any given time. Like I can understand that. Even when they're giving different visual cues to kind of help you figure out which timeline you're in. Like for instance, the way both Chloes look different, because both Chloes like dress differently. One of them has a ponytail, so one of them has longer hair. So that's like one way. Uh, Pixie for the most part, like the high seas and everything, are kind of like dressed a little differently. Uh, Lawrence, Tristan's love interest, Lawrence. He either has a broken leg in one timeline, and he doesn't have a broken leg in the other timeline. And the original timeline has Victoria in it instead of Rachel. So there's different like various uh like differences to try to help you keep track, but yeah. As we've established, my memory is go. Hey, your memory is fine. Your memory is fine. Like the only reason I remember this stuff as well as I do is because I've played the games and I've read the comics and stuff like a couple of times. So so obviously like I'm gonna remember it a lot more because I've gone through it like several times. So but yeah, but uh but did you but from what you remember, did you enjoy like Tristan and Pixie as characters? Because those are the two that have the powers like Max does. So did you like those two? Yeah, they were fine to me. Okay. Okay, yeah. I will say, cuz since we're comparing Max uh interacting with different people that have powers, right? I will say Safi does not come anywhere close to how well Tristan and Pixie were used in the comic books. I will say that that Safi is not as good as either Tristan or Pixie were. Because there's various reasons for that. Maybe when you finish uh double exposure, you can come back to me and tell me how you feel about Safi by the end of the game. But I have my reasons as to why I feel that way. So I would be interested to see to hear how you feel about Safi by the end of the game. uh, I'm trying. I'm not. I'm not gonna press the Safi issue any harder because I do not want to spoil everything that happens. I want to I want to leave you with that. I went on a whole theory about Max in the picture with the gun being Safi. Um, we do we do know though. You do know though that that is Max in the photo with the gun though. Like that is 100% Max in the photo with the gun. Like that is 100% confirmed in the game. Um well we know that because when she goes into the photo, she is in the body of the Max with the gun. But wait, but then Max said that that was in her brain when she cloned her. I was thinking maybe her powers changed. Oh, but by the end of double exposure, you'll probably be able to figure out uh what the meaning of the picture was and why Max has the gun and everything to begin with. Like the end of the game does explain. By the end of the game, you do come to understand. You do come to understand what the photo means and how the photo kind of came to be. So you do come to understand that by the end of the game. Uh, the game itself doesn't tell you this. It's something that you kind of have to be observant and kind of put that together. But yeah, but it's something you have to kind of put together in like as to how that picture like happens. But yeah, you'll be able to. I'm confident you'll be able to figure it out by the end of the game. You'll be able to piece that together. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to do it. But yeah, she's Safi is definitely something. Um, Also, one of the problems one of the problems too with that a lot of people had with double exposure was it is too it is too similar to the original game. Oh, that's cool. But oh, that would be nice to do. Kind of go through it with like knowing what happens and everything and trying to like piece it together and see like certain clues and stuff. Uh, no. What? This is kind of hard. Well, it's kind of hard to explain because Safi is yes. The Lucas is supposed to be like the Jefferson stand-in because he's a teacher and he did some like shady stuff with some students and stuff and you know like stuff like that. The only difference is Lucas didn't like drug people and take them to a bunker and take a bunch of creepy pictures and stuff and all that stuff. The only thing Lucas did, the only thing Lucas did was plagiarize a student's novel. That's the only thing he really did. uh, that's the only thing Lucas did was plagiarize the novel and stuff, and by extension, uh, and by extension, um, having having Maya commit suicide and stuff over plagiarizing the novel and him getting famous and everything, and then her trying to tell him to stop and stuff, and he didn't want to and stuff like that. So he did play a hand in Maya wanting to commit suicide, but he wasn't the sole reason she committed suicide. Like there was Vin, like what Vin did to cover up stuff, like did it the uh what was it? What Gwen did? What Safi herself was a part of that too because she didn't support like Maya enough and whatnot with the whole plagiarism thing, and which is the whole reason Safi is on the vendetta to expose Lucas and stuff anyway, is because she has a lot of guilt over Maya killing herself and the fact that she didn't do enough to support Maya, and that's why she, you know, did what she did. So yeah, but but plus Maya is the she's pretty much the Rachel of the game because Maya's the mysterious student that you start like talking to people about and trying to find out like what her deal is and all that stuff. And she's also linked back to like uh the the teacher and all that stuff, so it links all back and stuff like that. Uh the only difference really is that Maya killed herself and Rachel was murdered. So the um and that makes Safi the angry best friend. Yeah, pretty much Safi is the Chloe. Yeah. Yeah, Safi is pretty much Chloe. Cuz the beginning of the game, the whole beginning of the game is literally your friend getting shot in the beginning. The same thing happens with Chloe and the same thing happens with Safi at the beginning of Double Exposure. So yeah, the correlations are pretty obvious, and that's also what people didn't like. But there's no Moses. Yeah. But um you can kind of think of you can kind of think of Moses as Warren kind of, because in the first game uh Max kind of like axes Warren about like the sciency things and whatnot, like tries to indirectly ask him about powers and things like that and kind of his opinion. And then Moses is kind of the same thing. She kind of, yeah, cuz Moses is kind of the same thing. He's like the science guy, kind of like how Warren was. The only real big difference is he's not a romance option, and he actually knows that Max has powers. Cause Warren never finds out. Like Warren never finds out that Max has powers anyway. So Moses does. But yeah. Instead they gave us Vin, which is disgusting. Uh this may be a little bit of a spoiler of where I'm gonna place Vin on my tier list when we actually get to him and stuff. But Vin is the worst romance option in any of these Life is Strange games. I will say that Vin is the worst romance option that they gave us in any of these games. He is just the worst. Like what what immediately threw me off about Vin, before we find out about his connection with Maya and everything that he did and the cover up and all that, before we even find out anything about that, the thing that immediately put me off about Vin was from the very beginning. He is trying so hard to get into Max's pants that it is so uncomfortable. Like he cannot talk to Max without sneaking in. Well, not sneaking, he's pretty blunt about this, putting in a bunch of like sexual innuendos like all over the conversation every time she's talking to him. Yeah, yeah. The only nice thing I can say about Vin is at the very least he didn't touch Max. At the very least, like at the very least he was just talking, and he wasn't like trying to like touch her and stuff like that. Smirky face. God, I wish Max could punch him. Well, the only person that Max can punch is Alderman. The only person she can punch is the detective, which is so random and out of character for her to do. Oh, I I take you can punch the cop? Yes. In the um if you remember uh I didn't ever have that option. It's because it's not blatantly stated. It's not stated. When you when Alderman is being like him and his past self are merging together during that scene, when you get the option of saving of helping save Alderman or not, when you're in that scene, if you choose not to help save Alderman, if you choose not to save Alderman, to get away from Alderman, to get Alderman to let go of Max, because Alderman like has is grabbing Max's arm, to get him to let go, Max literally punches him in the face to get him to let go. So so yeah, if you don't uh well there, I know what I'm doing next time. Oh yeah, it's 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 totally messed up. It's definitely something that Max would not do, but it's definitely something that got memed to hell and back when the game came out. When the game came out and everyone saw that option that you could do that, and that's how Max reacts to how she does the option. Everybody used that as like meme worthy stuff all over the place. Like they just went all out with that. It was definitely funny. It was hilarious. Even though I don't like the option because Max wouldn't do that, but it was funny though. Hold that thought real quick. I'll be right back. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, here we go. I'm back. Uh, all right. Let's see. What were you asking? Okay. How is Alderman immediately is up Max's ass without her about her being the reason that why the telescope appeared, and that she's responsible for Arcadia Bay. Like somehow the dude just figured out Max has powers. uh, he he doesn't exactly state that Max has powers. He hasn't figured that out. Like, he doesn't know that. But he has suspicions about Max. Like, he suspects Max has that something's weird about her, but he can't quite figure out what that is. Like, that's pretty much what's bugging him about Max. That's pretty much what it is for him. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because he gets wiped out from existence anyway. And the only that's why he is very aggressive with me. Not really. Not really because he's he's pretty aggressive with Max kind of regardless. Like, he may be a little more aggressive, but he's for the most part kind of an asshole regardless of what you choose, really. Uh speak speaking of speaking of aldermen, how did you feel about how long it took for Max to hide the fucking photo from Alderman to see the damn photo? I was yelling the entire time. Yeah, see, that's what that's an example of what I mean where double exposure like has these issues that it has that doesn't really make sense and hurts like the game. Like, turn it over, put it in the drawer, put it in your pocket. God, I was so irritated. Oh, believe me, I was right there with you. I was yelling at the screen when I first played it. I was like, Max, put put the photo on the floor. Just swipe it onto the floor or something. Like, what are you doing? What? Cause I give I give her I give Max the benefit of the doubt in the beginning. In the beginning. Because she has it on the counter. Alderman comes in and she doesn't have enough time to really do anything. So she puts the cup kind of in front of the picture so that way he doesn't see it, right? So I give her the benefit of the doubt there. What made the scene piss me off so hard was when he turns around. When he turns around and is not looking in her direction for like a minute, for like a minute straight, he is not looking at her whatsoever. He has his back turned to her, and she does not take the opportunity to get rid of the photo that entire time. She waits until he turns back around and he's looking right at her to to take the photo away. I'm like, girl, he gave you enough time to do something about the photo and she still didn't do anything. And I'm like, bro, this is the most contrived situation to cause an issue and cause an argument and drama that I've seen. Like, that whole thing was so unnecessary. Like, that whole scene was so unnecessary because I'm like, bro, he gave you the perfect opportunity to get rid of it and you still didn't take it. Like what are you doing? Yeah, but that's what I mean though. That's what I mean, that like they had to get him to go to the Overlook and stuff. Uh but at the same time it's like he's already suspicious of Max anyway. So he could have still just followed her regardless. Like, he didn't need to see the photo to follow her and be suspicious of him anyway. Like, he was already suspicious of Max from the very beginning. Like, he makes that very clear when you meet him with Moses and stuff. When you go to meet Moses and you meet Alderman, it's very obvious that he's suspicious of Max already. So doing the whole photo thing didn't really add anything. Like, you didn't need to have it because he was already suspicious of her already. He could have still followed her up to the Overlook anyway, and nothing in the story would be any different. But yeah, it's very contrived. That whole situation is very contrived on how that works. But yeah, in any case, uh yeah, it was it was an added layer that they didn't have to do. Like, they didn't have to do it, like, at all. So that's pretty much how that goes. Uh but yeah, in any event, in any event, uh let me let me treated it as how much I walked around him before going into Moses' office just to piss him off. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, in any case, I'm gonna uh I'll end I'll end the stream here. So I'll end the stream here and we'll pick up the tier list and everything next time. So we'll pick up everything in the next stream. So so I'll be signing off here. Thank you thank you everyone who thank you everybody who was in the stream, and for all the conversations and everything, and all the yeah. Oh no, thank you, thank you all for the engagement and the back and forth and the discussion and everything. Thank all of you. Thank you. But with that being said, I am, as always, JR here signing off. And I will catch you all in the next one. Later.